I chose Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and freedom of creation. Being able to integrate and change and develop at my own pace. I offer a range of products and services. To manage it all from one place is essential. It gave me time back in my day to get going on actual projects. It really just made everything feel more achievable.
When you deliver with DoorDash, every open door
Tacos.
can help you reach your goals faster. Because gigging with the #1 food delivery app means more money instantly in your pocket. Sign up in minutes, earn within days.
for tax season. Let's get out there and crush those taxes. Who's with me?
We know some freelancers who are pumped for tax season. This year, hire a tax expert on Fiverr.
Done.
File too big. What?
How's it going? We're just gonna play some Warhammer and watch some videos that I queued up today. I'll probably have a more like news-oriented stream tomorrow, but I didn't really look up that much news today. I was editing a video and then one of my friends came over, so all right. Here we go.
What's hot now? Spectrum One Stream.
Get internet for $49.99 a month, plus advanced Wi-Fi and your first line of unlimited mobile free for 12 months. Plus add Spectrum TV and get a free Zumo Stream box for 12 months. Visit Spectrum.com or stop by a Spectrum store today.
When you have these woke revolutions, it requires all of us at some point to say, no, not going to.
Well, folks, America's universities have been a garbage heap for decades, but donors have been looking the other way because, after all, they love their alum associations. They love giving back. And now here's the problem.
I don't think you must.
At a certain point, the rubber hits the road, and it turns out the people you're donating to hate your guts.
I think that if you're picking a side right now, you'd be like promoting war. So we should not be picking a side right now.
Interpolation of terrorist supporters in the West continues apace. You know, the reality, which is that there are a lot of people who support terrorism and anti-Semitism all over the globe. That is not relegated to foreign countries. That is very true here in the United States as well, which is why you are starting to see some donors at major American universities look at the universities and realize exactly what it is that they've done. The universities have full-scale embraced the decolonization narrative. That narrative started with people like Frantz Fanon back in the 1950s and 1960s, claiming that the way that the third world was going to decolonize would have to involve violence against Western institutions. Those Western institutions were evil and they had to be done away with. It was going to be a violent movement. There's a lot of sympathy for that in left-wing circles, Marxist circles particularly. That united with the sort of intersectional critical theory movement to produce the idea that decolonization was not just a project for the third world. It was something that had to happen here at home, which is why you see Black Lives Matter united with the Frantz Fanon revolutionaries. This is why you see Queers for Palestine, for example. That's what that is. And so that is the leading, bleeding edge of the ideological revolution at these major universities. It's why you see mass protests at universities in favor of Hamas, in which you see, again, the local trans group marching. It doesn't seem to make sense from the outside, except that you have to understand this is the quote-unquote coalition of the wretched, the coalition of the oppressed, and they are rising up against the institutions of the West. It's not an attack on Israel. It's an attack on Western institutions as Western institutions. A lot of people who are sort of liberal, hollow men fellow travelers were fine with this for a long time because they thought, okay, well, we also, we don't love the institutions, and it buys us some street cred with the left wing if we pretend along. The hollow men fellow travelers, the people that Tom Wolfe described in a very famous essay written in the late 1960s called Radical Chic, that party at Lenny's, which was all about Leonard Bernstein, the left winger who hosted the Black Panthers at his apartment.
Though. Tom Wolfe's has quite a bit of good books, like Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test. That's a good one.
And the Black Panthers were telling all the white people that they wanted to kill them, and all the white people were patting them on the head and posing for pictures with them.
Fuck.
Because that's what they do, because it meant that they were cool. Now, that sort of attitude has lasted until now, except for at a certain point it actually sets in that these people actually do want to kill you, and they're not joking, and that they're not actually your friends, and that, in fact, they are perfectly fine with watching your compatriots get murdered. And so you're starting to see liberal Jewish donors at major universities and other liberals who are not happy with this start to pull their money. Gotta tell you, my sleep quality lately has not been good. It'd be much worse if we're not for the fact that I have.
Actually, no, the ADL isn't.
A plan to impose digital currencies and digital IDs on their respective populations. The G20, or Group of 20, is an international forum for governments and central bank governors. It was established in response to the financial crises of the late 1990s with the aim of promoting international financial stability. Well, the problem is that CBDCs allow the government to track every purchase that you make. They could even give officials the ability to prohibit you from purchasing certain items. They can track what you're doing. There's some reason to be concerned about all of this. One way that you maintain your financial and actual real independence is by investing in things like physical gold. If you haven't yet, you need to call Birch Gold today. Talk to an expert about preserving your savings in a tax-sheltered retirement account. I, of course, have been a customer of Birch Gold Group for years. They make it incredibly easy to convert your savings into precious metals. If you have an IRA or 401k from a previous employer that's just gathering dust, call Birch Gold. They'll help you spend to 989898. Claim you're free. David Majorman was in Israel celebrating a holiday by dancing with a Torah in synagogue when Hamas attacked the country earlier this month. When his alma mater, the University of Pennsylvania, put out a statement a few days later that called the assault horrific but didn't explicitly condemn Hamas, he was incensed. So he simply pulled his money. Top universities such as Harvard and Penn are facing backlash from alumni angry about the school's reactions to the attacks and their aftermath. Some say it was the final straw after years of growing disenchantment with the schools over what they see as a leftward political shift. That includes people like President Larry Summers. He used to be the president of Harvard University. Retail billionaire Leslie Wexner's foundation said that it would cut financial ties with Harvard and a program it funded at the school for Israelis. Wexner and his wife donated more than $42 million to Harvard University. On Monday, a group of prominent alumni, including Mitt Romney and investors Seth Klarman and Bill Hellman, published an open letter to Harvard criticizing the school's leadership. Penn is facing a giant donor revolt from people like Ronald Lauder and Apollo Global Management Chief Executive Mark Rowan. They're pulling their money as well they should. It's beyond time. All the masks are coming up. The only thing that I can say about what has happened in the last 3 weeks is that all the masks are currently off. Like all of them. There are no more masks, and that's why the world looks so ugly today. And so you see the West struggling to please put the mask back on. Please put it back on. Let's pretend that everybody's moderate. Let's pretend that the two-state solution is really the answer. Let's pretend that what's happening on college campuses is just another fun aspect of free speech. Let's just pretend. But everybody can tell that's bullcrap. Everyone can tell. All the masks are off, and people are being forced to take sides. And people don't like taking sides. And so, again, they're rushing for the moral equivalence. They're grasping at straws, begging for any excuse to go back to status quo ante. But guess what? The world was never status quo ante. You guys all got it wrong. And at a certain point, you're going to have to recognize you got it wrong if you wish to live in the real world and make the real world a better place. It turns out that the world of fantasy and illusion you built up in your own mind, where everybody is your potential friend, and the intersectional coalition, they're all your buddies, and all these people who have been openly calling for revolution against Western institutions with Israel as the tip of the spear, that all those people were not lying. They were saying it directly to your face, and you, in your great sophistication and wisdom, decided that they didn't understand.
They've always said that Israel was the tip of the spear of Western society.
Their own little hearts. You were more broad-minded than they were. You understood what they really, really wanted. And that was a lie. You were pretending. Some of them were lying to you. Some of them were pretending that what they wanted is a two-state solution in Israel. What they really wanted was a little bit more leeway when it came to criminal justice reform. But it turns out that a lot of those people, they were lying to you. And that's not what they wanted at all. And what they said to their own friends is something very different than what they said to you. And people are starting to realize that. And you know what? Maybe that's the only silver lining to horrifying situations like this, is that reality tends to generate its own solutions. By the way, in a good move from the other side of the aisle, Florida's university system, working with Governor Ron DeSantis, ordered colleges on Tuesday to shut down a pro-Palestinian student organization, this be a pro-Hamas organization, the Students for Justice in Palestine, which is leading a lot of these pro-Hamas protests all over the place. Administrators have said that National SJP identified itself as part of Hamas's attack, and it was a felony under Florida law to provide material support to a designated foreign terrorist organization. So that, of course, is a positive move. I've seen some people claiming that DeSantis is somehow not pro-Israel enough. That is a bizarre statement, considering he's the most pro-Israel politician in America and the most effective on that score by an extraordinarily long shot. Are you tired of the lies and the twists of the mainstream media talking points? Yeah, me too. Join me in my newest series, Fact, where I dismantle and bring truth to this tiring mainstream agenda.
Not how you would have done it. You bundle things right, and that saves you up to 10% on your USAA home and auto insurance. Get a quote today. USAA.
This is what just 10 pounds of body fat looks like. If we want to drop this, we got to take our metabolism from...
It seems like God is repeatedly reaching out to Joe Rogan. But
yeah, no, Joe Rogan has been talking so much about Christianity. It's crazy. It's honestly awesome. Hopefully he does. Hopefully he converts to Christianity, or just like becomes saved. That would be amazing.
His latest conversations, it would
that'd
almost
be so good for the world, because he's the biggest podcaster in the world right now, and I think he has 20 million subscribers or something like that. I was about to say 300 million, but that's what he got paid by Spotify. And also, all of the people who watch Joe Rogan, it's like super into whatever he says.
Appear as if he is
not all of them, obviously. Some people watch him and disagree with him a lot, but a lot of people
Jesus,
who are
Christianity, and specifically the crucifixion and possibility.
I guess not my cousin-in-law anymore, but was my cousin-in-law. He watches him a lot, and he basically whatever Joe Rogan says he agrees with. So that would be awesome if he came to Christianity, because my cousin isn't a Christian, and he honestly thinks that it's like corrupt, that religion is corrupt and everything. But maybe he might get swayed if Joe Rogan becomes a Christian.
For the resurrection. In the past several months, Joe Rogan has featured guests like Stephen C. Myers, who share his perspective on intelligent design.
You were saying something about whatever this intelligent thing is.
I listened to this podcast. It was really good. If you guys want to, you should go listen to this podcast. It was awesome.
Creating us somehow or another in its image, or somehow or another thinking the way it thinks.
Yeah,
I think I'm going to win this.
This was the idea of the early scientists who got science going.
To having Hulk Hogan wear a John 3:16 shirt on the podcast and saying the verse out loud to Joe Rogan.
Yeah, this is also something that in the Bible says will happen, that there will be a giant like awakening of Christians but also there will be a lot of evil in the world at the same time. And that's kind of what you see happening right now too. You see everyone spreading further and further apart from, like, it's like the evil people and people who follow Christ more and more, you know? It's like separating so much more than at any time in my life, at least.
We gave an only begotten Son, that whoever believe, that he gave his Son will not perish but have everlasting life.
And most notably, the story that we broke, Joe Rogan singing a classic Christian song from the 1970s about coming to Jesus because he has the answers.
Why don't you come to Jesus? He has the answer.
But in episode 247,
I actually found out about that song from that podcast. It's a good song.
Joe Rogan sat down with Brian Mirasco, and he started bringing up some of the archaeological evidence for Christianity, and then mentioned the crucifixion.
See this one.
But what Joe Rogan does is very interesting in terms of how he refuses to engage in this conversation. So this is at the 2 hour and 56-minute mark of this podcast, and he brings up some archaeological evidence for the early underground church in Rome and some of the ritualistic things that they were doing in terms of preserving their community.
So it's the archaeological team that is responsible for the preservation and conservation of all these ancient sites. And I think it's an aspect of early Christianity that, like, very few people know about. What was happening underground, there was this Yale professor who sadly died in recent years. His name was Ramsey McMullen. And what he talks about are these underground chill-outs. They were called...
Now, that's crazy. A lot of stuff that I hear about Yale, like, there's a lot of conspiracy about Yale being satanic and stuff with, like, the skull and bones and everything. So it's kind of crazy that this is...
It's important to note that Christianity was illegal in the Roman Empire for the first several hundred years, and the church didn't meet in buildings the way we meet now. Though the moment that Christians could meet in buildings, they began to meet in buildings. So this was predominantly an underground Jewish movement because it was illegal and hostile, and then over time...
It was illegal until Caligula? No, not Caligula. Who was the Roman leader who converted to Christianity? Who is the Roman emperor who converted to Christianity? I know it starts with the C. Constantine. I don't know why I say Caligulus. Caligulus is like one of the most fucked up Roman emperors. But yeah, Emperor Constantine.
Rome became less and less hostile, and then eventually Constantine came to faith, and things
Oh
were
yeah,
more
he just
normalized.
brought it up.
Called
Damn.
Vigilia. The Latin word for them is refrigerium, where we get the word
I coulda
refrigerator.
just continued
So they were like
watching
underground
the video.
chill-outs, where certainly the Romans, and it's believed the earliest Christians would have gone to celebrate the dead with sacramental wine, with celebratory wine. They would have a wine ceremony in these dank chambers underground to, like, usher the dead into the afterlife or bring them refreshment. They were called refrigeria.
Now, it's interesting to note because if you guys aren't familiar, but in Jewish culture, specifically when the man who comes to Jesus and says he wants to follow him, but he first has to bury his dad, he says, let the dead bury their dead. Why? It's because Christianity, early Christianity, was highly influenced by Jewish culture. And in Jewish culture, the process of burying somebody wasn't just having a funeral and maybe a wake for them or a memorial service the way we do now. No, these were more elaborate processes where they would usher out the spirits of the dead. And obviously Christianity, probably in its earliest form, was influenced by some of these things. And that is kind of what he's getting at with these ceremonies that they would do.
And so it's kind of unclear when the refrigeria, a pagan Roman ceremony, became like a proto-Eucharistic Christian mass. Like the line is very blurred at this period of time, which I call the pagan continuity hypothesis. This notion that the older wine drinking consumption by the Romans, the Greeks before them, somehow influenced, at least in some cases, the earliest celebrations of the mass. And
so he's saying that the Roman customs for drinking the wine were influencing Christianity. I would beg to differ and say that perhaps the Christian influenced the Romans, or that at some point they become a hybrid in the way that as Christianity became more normalized in Rome, they started taking over the old temples of pagans and converted them into churches. That is a historical fact.
I just showed this quickly to show that, in these wine parties, Ramsey has this great line saying that this was not just picnicking at the bottom there. He said this was religion. So even though it looks like a picnic, it looks like they were gathering over kind of like almost like a Mexican Day of the Dead ceremony. Like they would meet by the graveyard to remember the dead and the ancestors. Yeah, there was wine and food, but this was religion to the ancient Romans, and I think to the Romanized Christians who followed them in the first century, second century, third century. That's just a bunch more text from a Catholic encyclopedia, by the way, from 1907, if I'm not mistaken. And it talks about how the celebration of the dead and this funeral banquet you see right in the middle there, this notion that the funeral banquet is really kind of at the core of what the early Mass was. Even if you go back to the Gospels, it was Jesus asking for the commemoration of this event. Do this in memory of me. As you do.
So he's talking about the Last Supper, but also where we get our communion sacrament from today, right? Do this in remembrance of me in terms of taking communion. He's kind of connecting this to some of their other funeral type rituals. I find it interesting that he's connecting it to Romans influencing Christians, and again, not the other way around, but that's neither here nor there. He's leaning into a conversation, or perhaps attempting to lean into a conversation with Joe Rogan about Christianity and the archaeology and all these different things that are discovered.
Do this in memory of me. Remember my life, death, and eventual resurrection. This is...
Ooh, there's that word, resurrection. I love when the resurrection Jesus comes up on Joe Rogan.
This is sort of the prototype for the Mass. And so it's important to remember that the funeral banquet was there to bind those together who remained faithful to the memory of Jesus after his death. It's very similar to this Roman refrigerium. So I give all that as background just to show you the first couple images from the Hypogeum. So if you skip to the next one, that's what it looks like when you go underground. It was discovered in 1919, I think, as a Fiat shop around the corner. It was trying to expand into a sunken garage. They came across these monuments,
wow,
which is not uncommon in Greece and Italy and around the Mediterranean. So they found this Hypogeum, which dates to the 3rd century AD. So we don't have firm dates. It could be anywhere from like 220 to 250 AD. So this is the time period we're talking about.
So it's important to note that Christianity didn't become legal in...
Sorry, I missed that.
As you do.
So he's talking about the Last Supper, but also where we get our communion sacrament from today, right? Do this in remembrance of me in terms of taking communion. He's kind of connecting this to some of their other funeral type rituals. I find it interesting that he's connecting it to Romans influencing Christians, and again, not the other way around, but that's neither here nor there. He's leaning into a conversation, or perhaps attempting to lean into a conversation with Joe Rogan about Christianity and the archaeology and all these different things that are discovered.
Do this in memory of me. Remember my life, death, and eventual resurrection. This is...
Ooh, there's that word, resurrection. I love when the resurrection Jesus comes up on Joe Rogan.
This is sort of the prototype for the Mass. And so it's important to remember that the funeral banquet was there to bind those together who remained faithful to the memory of Jesus after his death. It's very similar to this Roman refrigerium. So I give all that as background just to show you the first couple images from the Hypogeum.
I don't know why
so
I can't
if you
attack
skip
this
to the next
place.
one. That's what it looks like when you go underground. It was discovered in 1919, I think, as a Fiat shop around the corner. It was trying to expand into a sunken garage. They came across these monuments,
wow,
which is not uncommon in Greece and Italy and around the Mediterranean. So they found this Hypogeum, which dates to the 3rd century AD. So we don't have firm dates. It could be anywhere from like 220 to 250 AD. So this is the time period we're talking about.
So it's important to note that Christianity didn't become legal in Rome until 313 AD. And so this is very early on in the process of the church.
These were tombs. They're rock-cut tombs in the Hypogeum here. If you go to the next one, one of the first things I saw when I went into the Hypogeum was this, which... it's a little strange because, again, you're trying to figure out if this is a Roman pagan refrigerium or if this is a Christian celebration of some sort of Eucharist. Because, again, this site is controlled by the Vatican. The Vatican has preserved this for reasons. And, it's been said by the Pontifical Commission that these are some of the most explicit and concrete evidence for the origins of Christianity.
Wow. Some of the most concrete evidences for the... So this stuff is fascinating to me that he's presenting all this. And the conversation kind of takes a weird turn where they start getting into one of the images depicting a witch that was doing sorcery and giving them drugs, psychedelic drugs, and this whole thing.
Whether this is purely pagan or Christian is sort of a moment of debate. But, if you just look at it, what's odd is that you see 12 people gathered around a table. And when you think of 12 people gathered around a table, you think of something like the Last Supper.
The Last Supper,
so
yeah.
It's pretty clear that what's important to this dinner is the chalice that's being lifted by the servant there. Or maybe it's a priest of some sort. So it's clear that whatever's happening, wine is important to this gathering of 12 people. The interesting part is the woman who's appearing in
this could be perhaps the Last Supper one of the earliest depictions of the Last Supper scene. I don't know. I do find it very interesting though.
Back, if you look closely, there's sort of like this effigy of a woman descending exactly from the background to the foreground. It's thought that she is Aurelia Prima, and Aurelia was one of the dead women to whom the hypogeum was dedicated. And so what they think that's her. This is one of the Vatican's interpretations, is that that's her emerging from the world of the dead to take place in this funeral banquet, in this ceremony. We're not really sure.
How do they interpret that?
Because she's not seated at the table, and because what they think this is that whenever, especially because of...
Okay. So, like I said, the conversation turns into a loose connection to psychedelics and the early church and...
Experience your new PC by Digital Storm. A faster workflow, allowing you to do more in less time. Pro performance, powered by
overlap with Rome and all these sorts of things. But what really gets interesting is later on in the conversation where Joe Rogan asks him this specific question in his response, and then Joe Rogan's lack of response or lack of engaging.
Like, just to know that you're there in this place where these people have these experiences and the wonder of what was it like. You know, could imagine. If you had the ability to travel back in time to any point in human history, where would you go?
What a great question, right? The ability to travel back any point in human history. Listen to Brian's answer.
I can only choose one?
Yeah, just one.
Maybe the crucifixion of Jesus Christ.
Sweet.
It's interesting. Okay, now listen.
That is a weird play.
Where the conversation goes.
I would want to go to like the...
Just to find out if it really happened? What if it didn't? Would you tell anybody?
So he said, just to find out if it really happened, what if it didn't? Would you tell anybody? And I would say, I think the question beneath the question is, the crucifixion happening points to the resurrection, as I'll get into in a moment. But let's just hear Joe Rogan kind of take this conversation a whole nother direction and not wanting to engage.
That'd be in big trouble.
Yeah, I think I would choose ancient Egypt.
Notice that Brian awkwardly stopped as if Joe Rogan was going to pry some more about the crucifixion. He doesn't ask Joe Rogan the question back, and Joe Rogan answers the question for himself without it being asked, or right, like it's kind of an awkward pause there. But he starts going into ancient Egypt. Now, there's a reason for this we're going to get into in a moment about why the question of the crucifixion is important and why maybe he's digging deeper into this.
What do you want to see?
I want to see the construction of the pyramids.
Huh.
Okay, so he wants to see the construction of the pyramids. Now, here's the deal. I'm going to show you guys 4 facts about the crucifixion and why it's so significant and why so many people are afraid to lean into this conversation potentially, okay? Because it takes you to a very logical facts about it. Okay, now, before we get into that, I just want to share a little bit about my own journey in terms of coming to faith. When I was a young kid, I developed a lot of hostility towards the church because I was an altar boy, and some things happened in the Armenian Orthodox Church that led me to really be ostracized from my community. The short version of it is there's some older teenage altar boys, and SA happened, and I'll spare you the details, but I grew very, very hostile towards God because I believed that, man, there's no God, and if there is a God, he surely doesn't give a crap about me for allowing all the evil things to happen to me as a child, right? This is when I was 7 years old. What I discovered was that all throughout my childhood, there would be different people that God would send to tell me about the gospel and Jesus. At the age of 11, I ended up getting arrested for breaking into houses, and I got served. And in my sentencing, thankfully, I avoided jail time, but I had to do community service. The community service that I did was at a local church. So instantly, I'm being exposed to this local church of having to fulfill these community services. I was at the same time the apartment manager that was overseeing our entire complex when I was living in Normal Heights, San Diego, got radically saved. Her name was Cherie, and she converts our entire apartment complex, except my family and the other Armenian family there, into becoming Christian. I thought this was extremely crazy. They were nuts. But all along, from the 6th grade until the 9th grade, I am having multiple people share Jesus with me, share the gospel with me, share even prophetic words with me about some of the things that came to fruition in this season of my life, about God using me to speak to multitudes, right? This is as I'm a jacked up, broken kid, didn't have his dad in his life, going through all kinds of stuff, getting arrested, and people were speaking these things into my life.
I didn't know that he had this type of life before.
Very early on that I didn't believe. But then eventually, shocker, My freshman year of high school, I started dating a girl. The only time I could see her on the weekends is if I went with her to church on Sunday with her family. And I started just kind of casually going to church. I was still calling myself an atheist, and then I slowly shifted over to theist, and then I started having other theological conversations, and ultimately I ended up reading a book called The New Evidence That Demands a Verdict by Josh McDowell. The book is actually right behind me, right there. That's the book right there. Great book. And it started to deal with all the questions that I had, and it gave me sufficient answers. And so I ultimately, through 2 years of soul searching and fighting God, I came to faith, gave my life to Jesus. Haven't looked back since. That was over 20 years ago. Now, I think,
how old is he?
There's a similar thing happening with Joe Rogan right now. God continues sending people, and Jesus comes up from some predictable guests and then some unpredictable guests. And maybe he's tired of someone like me making reaction videos to it. I don't know. But it seems like he doesn't lean into this conversation. And this is why. This is my theory why. 4 facts about the crucifixion of Jesus that lead to a very uncomfortable conclusion regarding who Jesus really is. Check these out. This is from William Lane Craig. William Lane Craig is an amazing apologist who there's a petition to try to get him on Joe Rogan. I would love to see that. But according to William Lane Craig, these are all established facts by not just Christian historians and scholars, but non-Christian historians and scholars. So again, this is if we're leaning into the crucifixion conversation, these are the 4 facts around the crucifixion of Jesus. Number 1, Jesus was buried by Joseph of Arimathea in the tomb. Jesus didn't have a tomb. He was buried by Joseph of Arimathea. And if you go to Israel today, there's 2 potential locations on where they think the tomb could be. Okay, so this is a historical fact. The second one is that on the Sunday following his crucifixion, Jesus' tomb was found empty by a group of his women followers. So the empty tomb is acknowledged by historians. The body was missing. Point number 3, on different occasions and under very...
Which meds are you on? I just want to lower my cholesterol.
No, actually, I don't need to be on meds anymore.
Okay, so how many hours do you have to waste on doctor visits?
I didn't. My numbers are great now.
So how did you manage your cholesterol?
Various circumstances, different individuals and groups of people experienced appearances of Jesus alive from the dead.
Yeah.
Okay. So in Acts, it says that Jesus was on the earth for 40 more days. In 1 Corinthians chapter 15, Paul writes that he once appeared to over 500 people, that there are different people in different situations and individuals who ended up seeing Jesus from the dead. This is incredible, right? Even his own brother, James, who was not a disciple of his during his lifetime, ends up becoming a disciple. In Acts 15, it alludes that he is kind of the final voice in the church of Jerusalem as they're discussing the gospel going forth to the Gentiles. He gives the final word on that, right? And then 4, the original disciples suddenly and sincerely came to believe that Jesus was risen from the dead, despite their having every disposition to the contrary, especially
also they were going to be killed
like Jesus,
if they
the brother of
when
James,
they said
or
that. So
someone
like why
Paul,
would they be saying that if they would be killed for it?
Persecuting Christians.
I never understood
even
that.
Bart Ehrman would contend to this point that they were sincere in their belief that Jesus had risen from the dead, despite not having any sort of model for this. There was this wasn't something that was
if
in there.
If it wasn't true.
History. Remember, the disciples were looking for a end times political leader, right, to bring peace. And the Jews are still waiting for that sort of Messiah. But Jesus didn't come as a lion, as he will in the second coming. He came as a lamb. And so when you look at these 4 facts, of history, you're presented with a very logical and linear argument that perhaps, just perhaps, the resurrection of Jesus actually happened. And just perhaps, this little movement that ended up spreading to all parts of the world is true and is real. And so that's my theory on why Joe Rogan perhaps didn't want to lean into this conversation. Or maybe he's just tired of Christians like me making reaction videos. But it's not just celebrities and influential people who we want to see come to faith. I think it would be amazing if Joe Rogan came to faith. But it's the people in our day-to-day lives. It's our family members. It's those people that we come in contact in our community. And one of the best ways that we could be praying for them is by writing down those prayers in something like our prayer journal that you could pick up today over at blessgodprayer.shop. The reason why we recommend writing down your prayers in a prayer journal is because it helps you remember and it helps you create a structure and disciplines around your prayers. And so if you haven't gotten your Bless God Prayer Journal, you can scoop one up at blessgodprayer.shop. We got it in the black and the tan. And if you can't afford it, that's fine. We got Bless God PDF.shop where you can get the PDF version, download it, print it, and just write into it, or just get a blank notebook. But really try.
It was the Jews.
I'm going to give you my number one tip to get over a breakup, and that is going to be going to therapy. Going to therapy helped me so.
The United States is more politically divided than it's ever been before, and that division means that it can be nearly impossible to see eye to eye on anything across the aisle. One thing I think the vast majority of Americans can agree on, though, is that money plays an outsized role in our politics. And one way that money seriously sways political outcomes is through lobbying. Lobbying is technically protected under the First Amendment right to petition the government for a redress of grievances, and being able to speak to lawmakers and express opinions and desires for the direction of government is an essential part of a functioning, inclusive democracy. That's why it was written into...
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
The First Amendment. It's that important. However, we all know whose grievances tend to get the most attention in Washington. The people who are willing to spend the most money to sway our lawmakers. Lobbying has morphed into a game of which billion-dollar company is willing to spend the most to buy out our politicians. And everyone loses in this scenario, except for CEOs, shareholders, and the politicians who collect their money. Lobbyists on Capitol Hill are using their millions to influence our politicians and literally rewrite our laws, and it's mostly entirely legal. How did we get here, and why do we allow this, despite a long track record of abuse and bribery in the lobbying industry?
Yeah, no, I don't
this
think
is why
lobbying is
ruining
good.
Democracy.
I think that we need to get rid of lobbying.
The current state of the world can be a bit overwhelming. Android for free using my link in the description. Lobbying has become an enormous component of the political landscape in Washington, in part because of the role money plays in politics and the cost associated with running for and maintaining elected office. An average senator...
It's kind of funny now that a lot of the like Republicans are mainly the ones who want to end lobbying now. Especially like the true Republicans, not the not all these.
Must raise over $14,000 per day just to retain their office, and a candidate for the House needs upwards of $1.6 million to win a seat. Lobbyists recognize this pressure and are able to capitalize on it through well-connected, swanky fundraisers that are all above board and legal, but also make it very clear to elected officials who is helping them fund their position and what will happen to that money if those special interests aren't honored. I scratch your back, you scratch mine, you know? And boy howdy are those backs getting scratched. A recent study found that corporations that invest in lobbyists see an incredible return on investment in loosened or avoided regulations and taxes. A 76,000% return on investment, to be exact. For every dollar a corporation invests in lobbyists, they receive $760 back in the form of avoided regulations, tax breaks, and subsidies. And corporations aren't stingy with it either. In 2022, lobbying expenditures broke records with a total of $4.09 billion dedicated to influencing politics through lobbying. 86% of that money came from business, while ideological groups and labor organizations contributed 4% and 1.25% respectively. The health sector alone spent $733 million, with the finance, insurance, and real estate sector coming in second at $612 million. The biggest spender in 2022 was the National Association of Realtors at $81 million. Over half of the top 20 lobbying groups are related to the medical industry. The issues receiving the biggest amounts of lobbying dollars were federal budget and appropriations, health issues, taxes, and defense. And lawmakers of all stripes received tons of lobbying money. The largest recipients in 2022 were Chuck Schumer and Kevin McCarthy. And it's not just domestic interests that play a role in lobbying in Washington. Foreign countries have pumped over $4 trillion into lobbying efforts in the US since 2016. The highest spender in 2022, China, at $62 million. And where does that money go? When it's not being spent on swanky dinners and fundraisers, it goes into lobbyists' pockets, mainly. Lobbyist salaries can easily top $500,000 per year, and the draw of eye-watering salaries has many experienced Washington staffers leaving lower-paying government jobs to use their connections and experience as newly minted lobbyists. And it's not just the staffers making the leap. There is a steady revolving door in Washington between Congress and lobbying firms. Fully half of retiring senators and a third of retiring House members make the transition from congressperson to lobbyists. Those who do receive on average a 1,452% pay increase. And this may have you wondering, okay, they make all this money and have all this influence, but what do lobbyists actually do? Well, I'm glad you asked. Lobbyists are professional advocates that are hired and paid by individuals and organizations to work to influence political decisions to the benefit of whoever hired them. Lobbyists can't pay politicians directly for votes. That's called bribery, and it is generally frowned upon unless it's done correctly. Then it's just lobbying. For example, a lobbyist for Big Pharma can't say, hey, Mr. Senator, if you vote down this bill that would lower drug prices, then I will pay you $50,000. Instead, a lobbyist can say, hey, Mr. Senator, we'd love to hold a major fundraiser for you. And separately, by the way, here are all the reasons why that bill lowering drug prices is bad for Big Pharma and bad for the economy and your constituents, etc. And then the lobbyist holds a giant fundraiser where Mr. Senator raises $50,000, knowing full well who made it happen and exactly what they want from him. That's just another day in Washington. Okay, so lobbying isn't so much about slinging cash around to make things happen as it is about knowing the right people and exacting the right amount of influence. This is why people who have previously held jobs in Washington are so valuable as lobbyists. They've been around long enough to know the right people. And the longer you're a lobbyist, the more valuable you become. Because it's not just about meeting congresspeople and schmoozing with them at fundraisers and cocktail hours. It's also about knowing who's who within the staff of each congressperson and who's actually pulling the strings. It's also about knowing people in other coalitions and organizations who may have common interests so that you can form a group that can more forcefully advocate for the interests of your client. And it's also about knowing the regulatory bodies that create regulations and working to make sure they pass regulations as favorable to your client as possible. And because most staffers in Congress and administrative agencies are extremely understaffed, lobbyists can come in as experts in whatever it is they're advocating for their client and provide congresspeople, agencies, and their staff with information on the facts, figures, and projected outcomes of upcoming regulations, legislative actions, and bills. This information is of course heavily skewed to favor their client, but our government doesn't have enough staff to fact check it all, so they rely on lobbyists to gather that kind of information for them to help them make decisions on major bills. In fact, members of Congress frequently rely on lobbyists to help them draft legislation. Like, the actual words in our laws are often written by lobbyists, representing more likely than not the interests of big businesses. Lobbyists for an oil company largely wrote a bill about drilling for fossil fuels in an area where it had property. In a 2014 omnibus bill, Congress repealed a law that prevented taxpayer money from being used to bail out big banks. Who wrote the language in that omnibus bill that repealed that provision? Lobbyists for Citigroup, a bank that received a major government bailout during the 2008 financial crisis. Because lobbyists are able to show up in Washington as subject matter experts and fill in the gaps where Congress doesn't have the resources. A typical day in the life of a corporate lobbyist looks something like this. They awake with the sun, immediately checking their phones for the latest news that may be pertinent to their client's cause. If they find anything of particular interest, they may shoot a quick little email to a member of Congress so they're top of mind and keeping that member abreast of the latest developments related to their client. Then they head to Capitol Hill, where they may simply attempt to bump into members of Congress or their staffers to casually discuss the business of the day and rub elbows. And they will also attend congressional hearings, where they have further access to discussing issues pertinent to their clients with lawmakers and subtly shifting the conversation towards those interests. They may meet with lawmakers to present policy reports or even to assist with the drafting of statutory language. They may have their hands in virtually every part of the legislative process. In the evening, they'll attend fundraisers and receptions to further rub elbows and assist with the raising of funds for key figures. Our brave lobbyist likely works 40 to 80 hours per week, sometimes pulling all-nighters when key legislation is being drafted, making sure that their little fingies are in every piece of the legislative pie, and reminding lawmakers along the way who pays their way to re-election. Okay, so lobbying as it is practiced today, not as it was envisioned likely by our forefathers, is essentially legally sanctioned, veiled bribery. It's the voice of big business, bolstered by millions of dollars, exercising its free speech rights by covertly greasing the right palms so the right bills get passed and struck down. But like I said, this is likely not exactly what the forefathers had in mind when they wanted to protect the people's rights to petition the government for grievances. So how did we get here? The term lobbyist has its roots in the lobbies or anterooms of British Parliament, where as early as the 1640s, citizens would gather in those lobbies to speak to their House of Commons representatives. This practice was carried over to the new United States. In 1792, Virginia's Revolutionary War veterans hired William Hull to advocate on their behalf for better compensation, marking one of America's earliest recorded instances of organized lobbying. In the early days of the United States, lobbying was treated with suspicion and often equated with corruption. An early example is a 1785 incident when Benjamin Franklin, after his tenure as a diplomat in France, received a diamond-encrusted snuff box from the French king. In Europe, the gift symbolized respect. However, in America, it was viewed with suspicion as a potential corruptive force. Under the Articles of Confederation, Congress had to approve any gifts from foreign officials, highlighting the nation's early concerns about undue influence. This attitude towards lobbying persisted throughout the 18th and 19th centuries. By the 1820s, lobbying had become synonymous with exerting political influence in the U.S. As the nation expanded post-Civil War, lobbying grew along with rapid industrialization and the rise of corporations. Newspapers of the time openly criticized the practice, with an 1869 column describing lobbyists as a dazzling reptile, this huge, scaly serpent that maneuvered its way through Congress. Courts in this era regularly refused to enforce lobbying contracts, deeming them contrary to public policy. One 19th century legal textbook even labeled such contracts void, arguing that they undermined basic principles of public integrity. Notably, lobbying was outright banned in certain jurisdictions. Georgia's 1877 Constitution declared it a crime, and for a period, lobbying was considered a felony in states like California. Despite these early reservations, lobbying persisted, often manifesting in overt acts of bribery. Samuel Colt, the famed firearm manufacturer, wasn't above passing out guns to legislators and their families to secure patent extensions in the 1850s.
Though.
By the Gilded Age of the 1870s, the lobbying industry had fully entrenched itself, with figures like Sam Ward, the king of the lobby, throwing lavish dinners and influencing politicians. Ward would later be convicted of bribery. Lobbying's scope and impact further expanded post-Civil War, and especially during the Progressive Era, with an explosion in advocacy efforts both at the federal level and targeting state governments. Prior to World War II, lobbying largely went unchecked and loosely regulated. However, by the 1930s, the rising influence of the Nazi Party in Germany and growing alarm around communist infiltration in the United States set off alarm bells.
I don't know why I can't attack
To ward
these
off
people.
Nazi propaganda, Congress enacted the Foreign Agents Registration Act of 1938, or FARA. Initially intended to counter Nazi influence, FARA demanded that foreign entities disclose any political or quasi-political affiliations with American politicians. While the Act's original language targeted Nazi propaganda, it evolved over the years to address concerns about communist propaganda and later foreign economic competitors seeking to influence American politics. It also shifted from being purely an anti-propagandist tool to regulating grassroots lobbying by foreign agents. After World War II, further attention was paid to the issue of various interest groups influencing the legislative process. To stem this influence, Congress passed the Federal Regulation of Lobbying Act of 1946. The act required that any person or entity whose principal purpose was to influence legislative decisions had to register with the Clerk of the House and the Secretary of the Senate and file quarterly financial reports detailing their incomes, expenses, affiliations, and the specific legislative issues they were lobbying for or against. The idea being that a well-informed electorate could better hold their representatives accountable if they knew the nature and source of external pressures exerted upon their elected officials. However, the act had its fair share of criticisms and shortcomings. The language of the act, particularly the phrase principal purpose, led to ambiguity. It wasn't clear-cut as to who precisely had to register, leading to numerous exemptions and loopholes. For example, those who lobbied indirectly, or those who spent less than half their time in direct communication with actual members of Congress, could circumvent the Act's requirements. And those ambiguities and loopholes were reinforced in 1954 at the U.S. Supreme Court in the case United States v. Harris. In that case, the court narrowed the scope of the Act, asserting that it applied only to paid lobbyists who directly communicated with members of Congress on specific pending legislation. This meant that lobbyists who merely worked with congressional staff members, or those dealing with other congressional activities, were exempt from the Act's provisions. Additionally, the Act had no teeth. While it outlined the responsibilities of lobbyists to report, the onus for ensuring compliance was weak. The clerk of the House and the Secretary of the Senate viewed their roles as more like repositories of the submitted information rather than as entities responsible for verifying the data's accuracy or completeness. And the Department of Justice, for its part, leaned towards fostering voluntary compliance rather than aggressive prosecution of violators, and this meant that people largely didn't comply with the law. The second half of the 20th century witnessed significant developments in the nature of corporate lobbying. During the 1950s and 60s, while political representation leaned towards the well-off, lobbying was relatively balanced. Labor unions played a pivotal role, and public interest groups emerging in the 1960s civil rights movements were influential. In fact, very few companies had dedicated Washington lobbyists before the 1970s. Those businesses that did engage in lobbying, typically through associations, were often deemed ineffective. But by the 1970s, businesses found themselves increasingly under regulatory scrutiny and began to mobilize against new regulations and policies that they perceived as hostile to business. This corporate frustration was expressed in the Powell Memorandum, penned by the soon-to-be Supreme Court Justice Lewis F. Powell Jr. in 1971. We talked about this memo in my video on Project 2025. It created the foundation for much of the new conservative movement. He emphasized the perceived marginalization of the American businessman in governmental decisions. This sentiment of marginalization tends to really rile up white men, so corporate America sprung into action. In 1972, amid an environment of growing regulatory costs and economic challenges, leading CEOs established the Business Roundtable, expressly to amass political influence. As a result, many corporations began hiring their first lobbyists, ushering in an era where they began to see significant political victories, from rolling back regulations to securing tax cuts. But it wasn't just about winning defensive battles. As corporations grew more adept and comfortable with the political landscape in the late 1980s and 90s, their approach to lobbying matured. Initially, they were hesitant about engaging with the government, but then corporations increasingly began to see Washington not just as a regulatory hurdle, but as a potential partner. Lobbyists began to sell the idea that a collaborative approach with the government could be profitable. This was a shift from defensive lobbying to a more proactive, collaborative approach. This, all the while, the Federal Regulation of Lobbying Act, passed back in 1946, was doing very little to actually regulate lobbying in Washington. By 1991, a study by the U.S. General Accounting Office found that 10,000 of the 13,500 people and organizations listed as key players in influencing politics in a book titled Directory of Washington Representatives were not registered as lobbyists, and those who did register failed to properly fill out their paperwork. 60% of lobbyists reported no financial activity. 90% reported no expenditures for salaries, wages, fees, or commissions. 95% reported no public relations or advertising expenditures. And only 32% of filers reported a specific title or bill number of legislation lobbied. At the same time, in the early 90s, a scandal spurred further congressional action on lobbying. The scandal centered around a handful of legislators who had been lobbied by the Wendtel Corporation, a company that failed to disclose its lobbying on required federal forms and outright bribed policy members to win government contracts. This brought to light the Wendell web of corruption and the general lack of any oversight into lobbying in Washington, which had grown from the 1940s into a behemoth spurred on by big business. The inquiry after this scandal resulted in the Lobbying Disclosure Act of 1995, or the LDA, which overhauled the Lobbying Act from 1946 by setting a clear definition of what counted as lobbying, which importantly included anyone who worked to lobby not just congresspeople, but their staff and agencies as well. The act also recognized both in-house lobbyists employed by businesses, as well as outside lobbyists who were contracted to represent clients. It also required further transparency with regards to foreign interests, requiring disclosure if a foreign entity held a significant stake in the client a lobbyist was representing. The LDA marked the first comprehensive reform of federal lobbying laws in 50 years, and embodied calls for reform from academics and legislators alike. But the passage of the LDA, while a major overhaul, did not reform the established culture in Washington, where the line between lobbying and bribery has always been razor thin. Enter Jack Abramoff, professional lobbyist who had been working with Native American tribes to lobby Congress and state officials for their benefit. The problem was that he lied to them about the prospects of the outcomes of his work, failed to disclose when his work failed, took their money under false pretenses, used to buy lavish trips for himself and elected officials, and laundered the money through nonprofits. In 2006, he was sentenced to 6 years in prison after pleading guilty to mail fraud, tax evasion, and conspiracy to bribe public officials. The subsequent backlash and demand for reform led to the Honest Leadership and Open Government Act in 2007. This legislation, championed by Senator Harry Reid, mandated more frequent disclosure reports and placed stricter limitations on gifts to Congress members. Concurrently, the act made significant changes to campaign funding rules, most notably around bundled contributions from lobbyists. Bundled contributions, where individual donations are aggregated and presented as a collective sum, became subject to new disclosure requirements in a bid to increase transparency and curb undue influence. Then the 2008 financial crisis hit, and along with it came increased scrutiny and regulation of the housing and finance sectors. And you know what big businesses hate?
Okay,
regulations.
I figured out how to
and
do
since
it.
the 70s, they'd been fighting regulations with more and
I
more
think.
lobbyists. This time around was no different. The Obama administration's efforts to overhaul financial regulations attracted a vast array of lobbyists, representing interests from banks to manufacturing companies. The influx of former governmental officials into the lobbying sector was a particular point of concern. As reported by the New York Times, financial firms on Wall Street employed over 125 ex-Congress members and their aides to influence the proposed changes, with the objective of limiting the oversight. This led to situations where former employees of agencies like the Securities and Exchange Commission or the Federal Reserve were lobbying their past colleagues. And so, despite increased regulations, lobbying in Washington continued to balloon, to the point where now more money is spent on lobbying than is spent on funding the House and Senate combined. Yes, more money is spent lobbying Congress than is spent on funding Congress itself. Today, major corporations can easily employ over 100 lobbyists, ensuring that they can be everywhere all the time. And as I've already said, the representation of lobbyists is heavily skewed in favor of big business, with 86% of lobbying dollars coming from the business sector. For every dollar labor unions and public interest groups spend on lobbying, large corporations and their associations spend $34. In addition to the unequal spending between business and other interests, which leads to the silencing of anyone who doesn't have millions of dollars to pay a lobbyist, there continues to be loopholes and relatively lax enforcement of lobbying laws today. Lobbying disclosure forms continue to be submitted with incomplete information. Corporations and other special interest groups frequently form associations to lobby on their behalf, and while the lobbying association itself has to file reports, the degree of separation means that these associations can spend millions on lobbying without actually clearly identifying the major interests financing the lobbying activities. The revolving door in Washington, where congresspeople go to work for major lobbying firms after leaving Congress, is a continuing problem. As Jack Abramoff himself said, "I would say when you're done working on the Hill, we'd very much like you to consider coming to work for us." The moment I said that, we owned them. Every request from our office, everything that we want, they are gonna do. And then there's the Newt Gingrich problem. Which Newt Gingrich problem, you ask? Fair point. I'm talking about the problem where major players in Washington are able to take their clout and turn it into a consulting firm. They call themselves consultants, not lobbyists, and therefore don't have to register their activities publicly. Firms would pay up to $200,000 per year to become members of Gingrich's Center for Health Transformation, a consulting firm wherein members would gain access and connections to legislators at the state and federal levels, as well as endorsements from Gingrich himself. Gingrich and his aides insist that he never engaged in actual lobbying, and that appears to technically be true. He appears to have taken great lengths to toe the legal line between lobbying and consulting. But the very fact that he never actually ran afoul of lobbying laws shows their major flaw. Even if he didn't engage in the traditional work of a lobbyist, the fact of the matter is that his clients received unparalleled access to Capitol Hill that they would not have had otherwise, and Gingrich's presentations to legislators often featured favorable recommendations for services of his members, sometimes without disclosing to legislators that he was being paid by those members. And Gingrich made a killing off of doing this, setting an example for future influential legislators to take the consultant route and sell access to Capitol Hill in ways that flout the traditional definition of lobbyist, despite having largely the same outcomes. The interests of big business gain outsized importance while everyone else falls by the wayside. Okay, so I hope I have painted a pretty clear picture. Lobbying, in theory, is important for democracy. We have a right to petition our government for a redress of grievances. We even have a right to organize so that our voices are unified when we petition the government for that redress of grievances. That is fundamental to the First Amendment and to a free democratic society generally. We like that. However, the reality of lobbying in the United States today has led to an absolutely overblown role for big business in politics, so that the voice of business is louder and more consequential than the voices of public interest groups and organized labor and individuals. These lobbyists have created an intricate and difficult web of networks in Washington to the point that you now need to hire a lobbyist with expertise if you want to have any influence at all in politics. Lobbyists beget more lobbyists. There is also a proven track record of bribery, scandal, palm greasing, and generally skeezy activity between lobbyists and lawmakers. This hurts everyone except for shareholders and CEOs and the lawmakers who take their veiled and oftentimes legal bribes. A number of proposals have been put forth by activist groups and lawmakers to try to address the rampant lobbying problem in this country. Here are a few. Prohibit combined lobbying and donations. Restrict the ability for individuals or entities to both lobby politicians and donate to politicians, ensuring that these activities are mutually exclusive. Address fundraising coordination. Implement laws that prevent lobbyists from coordinating any fundraising activities with political figures. Close the revolving door. Introduce stricter policies that create a waiting period for former public officials before they can become lobbyists to prevent potential conflicts of interest. Combat shadow lobbying. Ensure that those who engage in indirect lobbying or provide strategic advice related to lobbying, aka consultants, are still subject to registration and disclosure requirements.
Should I fight
Regulate
the battle,
lobbying
or...
conduct. Move beyond just disclosure requirements by regulating the actual conduct of the lobbyists.
'Cause I might
This includes
lose if I
addressing
actually fight
concerns
the
like
battle.
family members of legislators becoming lobbyists, or lobbyists giving gifts to federal office holders. Address the significant percentages
Yeah,
of
it's gonna
lobbying
be more
disclosure
fun if I
forms
fight.
that are inadequately completed and provide for stricter enforcement mechanisms. Include procurement lobbying. Include lobbying for government contracts as opposed to legislation, which is also known as procurement lobbying, within the regulations to combat potential corruption in this space. Differentiate public and private lobbying. Distinguish between lobbyists representing public bodies and those representing private entities. Monitoring public lobbying separately can offer better oversight of government spending on lobbying and allow for stricter regulations for private actors who drown out the voices of everyone else. Increase government capacity. Reduce reliance on lobbyists for information by providing more funding so that agencies and congresspeople have the personnel they need to make informed decisions about legislation without relying on lobbyists paid for by special interests. This could be done by developing a congressional clerkship program for law students or revamping congressional staff structures to retain more experienced and skilled individuals. Revisit the For the People Act of 2021. Congresspeople should consider the reintroduction or adaptation of provisions from the failed For the People Act of 2021, which aimed to overhaul the influence of dark money in politics and tighten regulations on indirect lobbying. And engage local movements. There is power of local anti-corruption movements, which can pilot reforms at the city or state level before they're adopted federally. These grassroots activities can lay the foundation for nationwide changes. Find a local lawmaker who champions the cause. In Minnesota, that's State Senator John Marty, for example. Reach out to them to get involved. Find local organizations that are working to restrict lobbying activities or campaign finance in your state and volunteer your time or donate. A Google search will do it. If you can't find one, start your own. Work on the local level can help facilitate movements.
Whoa.
And also share this video with your network. If you liked this video, you might also like my other video all about how money is ruining democracy. Thank you to my Patreon supporters, including my newest patrons, and also an extra special shout out to my multi-platinum patrons, Sophia Sams, Anthony Giles, and Brett Piontek. If you're interested in behind-the-scenes content, access to my research and notes, content about my dog, and all sorts of other stuff, consider joining me over on Patreon today. Also, I'm giving away 4 free books inspired by the videos I've released over the last month. This giveaway is for Patreon supporters only, and it ends tonight. So to enter, go to patreon.com/Legia Miller. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Who's pumped for tax season? Let's get out there and crush those taxes. Who's with me?
We know some freelancers who are pumped for tax season. This year, hire a tax expert on Fiverr.
Done. Let's add a little polish. Oof. I say a lot. Now make me sound professional as Hi team, I'm Sunny D-Light.
Hello strategy gaming enthusiasts, my name is Alzabo HD, and in today's
I kind of want to get this game, honestly.
challenge video, we are going to play Democracy 4, an attempt to abolish the Australian government in favor of Ayn Randarchy. The capital must flow, and in this anarcho-capitalist campaign, we will guide our nation and its policies to the land down under the political compass. To protect the people and their property, we will take away all taxation, slash socialized programs, and privatize our citizens' lives, all while attempting to stay in power and running for re-election. To begin our campaign, we'll select Australia and customize our political landscape. By default, Australia starts with a multi-party system where we can select fictional or real
What? What are you doing?
parties to both lead and oppose our leadership. Naturally, the enemy of free markets is the Labour Party, but we'll also be playing against the right-of-centre Liberal Party of Australia. As for us, we will play the LDP, an Aussie party whose parliamentary victory is no guarantee. As this is Australia, compulsory voting is apparently a thing that exists, and once enabled, we will begin our campaign. But before we get started, this video is sponsored by Gemstone Legends, who are offering a special contest to win exciting prizes, including an iPhone 13 Pro, a Samsung S21 Plus, and Android and Apple gift cards. Gemstone Legends is one of the highest rated tactical puzzle games on the App Store, and offers exciting gameplay with dozens of unlockable characters that specialize in different roles and today's video. In Democracy 4, Australia starts off their campaign in 2021 with a great economy, average healthcare, excellent education, low unemployment, and average rates of poverty. As an American, I didn't realize Australia had outlaw biker gangs that roam the outback, but this and the penal colonial legacy must explain why the country has the highest rate of crime I've ever seen in Democracy 4. We will start off our first term of office as Prime Minister with 0% popularity, much like the LDP in real life. If we don't pass popular policies soon, we'll be cast back into the Thunderdome, so we'll start by abolishing internet censorship, which is unpopular, and allowing—
What? A cigar? Sure. No, actually not right now. I got 5 people watching right now. Yeah.
corporations to imprison citizens, which customers crave. Policy proposals to ban violent video games are shot down in Parliament. Tobacco taxes are repealed, and the community are entrusted to police their neighborhoods. As anarcho-capitalists will want to strip the state of social spending, and at over $85 billion a year, it's chalk as
how
an
much stuff they have
the
that you can pick in this game.
ARTC, or Australian Railroad, is sold off to private companies, while antibiotics are back on the menu. Before long, questions surrounding the legality of reasonable force in defending private property
I didn't even notice that there was 5 people watching until after I agreed. Can I pause this? Yeah. Okay, cool.
Are we going?
Yeah, 1 sec.
Actually a blonde, so yeah, what else was I gonna say? I guess the original, like before she dyed her hair, she didn't have black hair.
Are you sweating? Didn't you use Old Spice dry spray?
Of course I did.
Don't lie to me! Old Spice has long-lasting sweat protection.
Okay, I lied.
Oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't know that you could do this. If you have friends who play this game.
Dear Mirror, how do I see myself? I see power. I see generous cargo.
You can, in your thing, you can ask you can send a request for your friend to help you fight the
Look at this photoshopping. To put the black in the holes.
Oh, the black inside the. I get what you're saying. I was looking at the dress for some reason. All right, I'm back. I don't know if I'm going to win this. Take out the strong ones first.
Appear in Parliament, and logically, we allow our citizens the right to machine gun emplacements.
Huh?
Outside of the home, all weapons, including
Based.
tactical nukes, are legalized, and legal targets now include kangaroos, dingoes, and drop bears.
This is my defense tactical nuke. I need it for
as
defense.
hunting restrictions are repealed. We'll also privatize water, wash away pollution controls, and fire off the sinister ministers who stand in the way of market forces. With high enough approval, we can now initiate the removal of pesky policies, like minimum wage. There are always complainers who don't want to work 3 full-time jobs, but they're drowned out by the sound of industry. The smell of industry is also returning, as ciggies are legal to smoke for the entire family and are now advertised on televisions nationwide. Public social care is repealed in favor of privatized retirement homes, and a National Business Council of Corporate Interests is soon established. This board of corporations recommends that we abolish corporate taxation across the nation, reaffirms the right to private land, and denies responsibility for the children that now cough up coal in their classrooms. As Prime Minister, we'll round out our first term in office by promising to cut taxes, then over-deliver by abolishing income tax in its entirety. On morning television, we'll make a pledge to continue our progress of privatization and property protection, and it actually worked. Somehow, our fringe party of anarcho-capitalists have secured a second term in office with 60% of the vote, and already Australia has ascended. Our pursuit of lib-right legislation has resulted in many positive changes, and soon we'll put our second term to the test. By 2024, Australia's Mad Max crime rate has halved, and we enter into our second term with a popularity 34% higher than that of our first tour of office. Of course, some people are happier than others, but even hippies can complain with greatly expanded press freedoms, and public opinion, much like our debt,
yeah,
is
obviously you're not going to be an anarcho-capitalist country without letting the hippies complain.
shooting up the chart. Our tax cuts have resulted in a downgrade of credit, but there are other ways to balance a budget. Immigration deregulation now means that foreigners can buy citizenship for as low as $49 a month, but the only way we can destroy the deficit is by also destroying socialist spending. To this end, unemployment offices are replaced with a welfare fraud department. The Australian Army is transformed into a circus conglomerate, and socialist healthcare is slashed in order to bring about coupons for cesarean sections. Nearly the entire continent has come together in unity, but out where the river broke, the tap water was burning nitric acid. After all, you get what you pay for, and recycling and ABC are not a priority. Unsurprisingly, parents were not interested in exposing their children to Beijing breeze or complementary contamination, and, as a group, had to be neutralized. For the first time, we had to go against our core values by implementing social policies, but at least with family planning and euthanasia for everyone, we can have less of them. To improve public perception, you can now smoke on airplanes, sell your body for money, and hire subcontractors to slay squatters if you lack the armaments to do it yourself. While HDI is a made-up lie, we pretend to care for public perception, though it doesn't stop creditors from lowering our credit status. Perhaps holding a rally, hunting humans legally, and fully privatizing our police force will do the trick. But if not, we can always please the population by abolishing taxes on tea and transportation. Let's just hope it's good enough. And we're not quite leading with the fountainhead we had in our previous election, and while democracy is non-negotiable, we'll have to share our third term in a coalition with communists.
Well, if it was truly anarcho-capitalist country, democracy wouldn't be a fucking thing. No.
We were making profitable progress on our way to perfection, but sharing with socialists often...
If you read, what's his name? Hans Hermann Hopper, he hates democracy, so. Bro, what is this storm happening here?
Has a different meaning. In 2027, our administration stands before a prosperous, well-educated, and salaried public of chain-smoking coal mining children. But despite this pinnacle of progress, our coalition with commies means drastically reduced political capital, and the creditors have yet to realize that taxation is theft. We'll appease labor at first by passing Chinese language courses, and they return the favor by offering both political capital and the opportunity to cut social spending. Speaking of social spending, we need to transition our children from public schools to family fun fulfillment centers, and to that end, we'll pass legislation for vouchers on class credits. With physical education gone, school speakers playing advertisements instead of the national anthem, and substantially slashed spending, schooling is on the path to profitable perfection.
Boost.
As it turns out, it's easy to sleep while our beds are burning, but our refusal to sign climate change proposals has caused creditors to alter their deal. We can only pray that they don't alter it any further. On our side, we've been too easy on Earth, and are actively assisting our citizen consumers in repealing problematic pollution protocols and cumbersome compulsory labeling. In an effort to stimulate growth, we'll cut public pensions, increase the retirement age to 69, mothball our border guard, and axe the alcohol tax. FOSTAs is on the house, and we'll all need more after viewing our credit score. Back in Canberra, our coalition partners offer us support if we drop university funding, a rather bizarre proposal from a socialist party.
Uh-oh.
And speaking of socialism, the decision between state-supplied wooden huts for schools or outright privatization wasn't easy, but we made a pledge to raise our GDP, and corporate classrooms are integral to voluntary society. According to Labor, so is religious instruction, and our coalition colleague granted us capital in exchange for letting faith flow in our free markets. But markets could always be freer, and thus labor laws are lowered, consumer protection policies are pummeled, and if you get pregnant, you'll have to give birth with your 2-minute bathroom break. With such an attractive labor force, Australia's GDP is now sky high, and international investors are allured by our lack of minimum wage or minimum age for our workers. Nearing the end of our third term in office, our Prime Minister lays down his legacy by carving the Code of Canberra in stone, promising forever and always to axe every tax, and with a blow of his chisel, the capitalist commandment became law. There would be no taxation within the nation, but on the television station, there was a surprise negation. The oldest Australian political party was back in power, but with our legacy carved in literal stone, they'd be saddled with our success. Australia in 2030 AD has experienced massive changes since the LDP have run Aussie. With our Canberra carving, we've abolished all forms of taxation, relying instead on government borrowing and selling citizenship for revenue, but still suffer from socialized medicine and partially public pensions. Our debt, estimated at $82 billion per quarter, has downgraded our once AAA credit rating to single B, placing us in the same tier as Belarus, Cambodia, Egypt, and Uganda. But thankfully, the invisible hand of capitalism has John-locked our country into total anarcho-capitalism, guaranteeing the right.
I'm fairly sure it wasn't John Locke who said the invisible hand. It's fucking it was Adam Smith. I'm almost positive that that's who it was.
Of both corporations and humans from government intervention. These 9 years of ANCAP administration have resulted.
Who came up with the invisible hand? Yeah, Adam Smith. I was right.
In radical results, the foremost being a 60% reduction of crime on account of privatized prisons and privatized police, an increase in all forms of private industry, affordable food on account of abolished safety regulations, and allegedly decreased health outcomes on account of industry and FOSTAs flowing freely. Everyone, including the children, are free to have a ciggy, and American-style healthcare has arrived to Australia. Businesses are investing, productivity is proliferating, and carbon emissions and climate change are communist propaganda. Earnings and GDP are up over 20%. Poverty has passed us, and human development isn't as important as the pursuit of capital. we've restored faith in democracy, increased the strength of the Australian dollar, banished brain drain, and culled over 2 million bludgers from the national population. And speaking of population, Australians are living 7 years less on average, which combines well with our delayed retirement age to ensure that everyone participates in a lifelong labor market. Perhaps most importantly, though, is that Australia finally has a decent internet connection. In terms of purported problems, armed motorcycle gangs still prowl the parkways, doctors are complaining against Americanized healthcare, and obesity is now on the barbie. A decade of relaxed regulations have resulted in a Beijing breeze of coal miner cough for the entire family, and there are anti-capitalist complainers who have not yet pulled themselves up by their oxygen mask straps. Murdoch Media provides impartial national news, and the existence of cybercrime means that fiber is finally here. Before ending the video, I'd like to thank everyone for watching this far and supporting the YouTube algorithm. If you like Democracy 4, be sure to check out our last video, where we transformed America into a communist proletarian paradise. Based on the last video's performance, I'd have to say that y'all love political strategy as much as map staring strategy, and if that's the case, be sure to upvote the like button on this video and join the campaign by subscribing to—
Let's try that. I want to
create an amazing website.
I want to
with
see
Fiverr.
what the game
You'll need
does.
your web developer,
Like, obviously,
UX
these
writer,
games aren't
and
gonna
Amy, a Fiverr
show
freelance
what
graphic designer
actually
with
will
dozens
happen,
of 5-star reviews.
because
Join your
whoever
team from her favorite coffee shop. Don't forget to tip. Expand your team with a Fiverr freelancer.
Because whoever
Hello, strategy gaming
programmed it it's going to have biases towards that, towards like whatever they think is going to happen, you know?
enthusiasts, my name is AlzboHD, and in today's challenge video, we are going to play Democracy 4 and transform the corporate states of America into a Marxist proletarian paradise. Democracy 4 is a strategic political simulator that allows you to play as a leader of one of 10 democratic nations, guide socioeconomic policy, and forge your own political path.
I might be winning,
Each
actually.
of the 10 starting
No.
states are unique
Not
and
quite
face
yet.
challenging starting situations, like Japan's debt crisis, Italy's massive mafia, or the US obesity epidemic, and are all aligned on a political compass, divided between socialism and capitalism on one axis, and liberalism and conservatism on the other. Your actions as president or prime minister directly influence all aspects of your nation, but if you anger your constituents or make changes too quickly, you'll more than likely end up losing your re-election or getting assassinated, which will end your campaign. But before we get started on our communist campaign, this video is sponsored by Positech Games, the developers and creators of Democracy 4. To begin our campaign and make capitalism feel the burn, we'll start by selecting the United States and customizing the political landscape. By default, the US starts with a
I wonder if different countries, if you choose them and you make it a communist country, if it would end up into a or just change it into whatever. I wonder if it depends on what country, how likely it is to succeed or not, because of like the different land, like the different way that the land is.
Two-party system, and we can select fictional or real parties to both lead and oppose our administration. Naturally, the enemy of socialism is the Republican Party, and, in this timeline, the aging Democratic Party has collapsed. In its place, we will be playing as the Party for Socialism and Liberation, a real-life third party with only the highest marks. But there are simply too many red flags, so the Republicans will have to hoist the black flag before we start our campaign. In 2021, the US starts with medium to high GDP, health, education, unemployment, and crime, while having relatively low poverty. In order for us to unite the workers of the world, we'll first have to make policy changes to law and order, transport, foreign policy, welfare, the economy, taxation, and public services, which together form the 7 essential sectors that guide our government. At campaign start, we begin with the policies that the US has in real life, like privatized prisons, and we can see how each policy interacts with our population, economy, and various other factors.
I think I'm gonna get
Green
this game
arrows
and
denote
probably
positive
play it
correlations,
eventually.
and red denote negative correlations. So, for example, military spending increases technological
What the fuck
growth,
was that?
reduces unemployment, and upsets liberals, while pleasing
And
state
upsets
employees
liberals.
and patriots. Hovering over these policies will show all correlations, but changing, adopting, or canceling policies will require political capital, which is the principal currency used in-game. In effect, our political capital is increased each turn by the loyalty of our cabinet members, the popularity of our government, the dominance of our party in previous elections, and from emergency powers which can be enacted during disasters. The main way for us to accrue political power early on will be from our ministers, and, since many of them are loyal, will automatically grant us political power each turn. These ministers can of course be fired for a cost, or for free if their loyalty is low enough, but before you pull this trump card, you should know that this action will lower every other minister's loyalty, and thus your overall political capital per turn. And speaking of political capital, it's time we use ours to defund the military and abandon our ridiculously expensive foreign policy. The road to socialism can take many different angles, and we will use our first quarter to abandon privatized prison in favor of community policing and subsidize our stockades. Crushing capitalism takes time, and with over 84% of our population subscribing to this view, many will be displeased by our actions, but so be it. Our core constituents, socialists, form only 15% of the American population, and will have to make subtle changes to convert our crony capitalists into proper proletarians without anyone noticing. Since we've cut our, quote, defense budget, unquote, we freed up the means of production to pursue social spending, and will use our political power to increase state funding to technology schools, subsidize the public broadcasting service, and ramp up federal science funding to offset research lost in dismantling the military-industrial complex. But someone has to pay for social services, and thus the capital gains tax rate is increased to fund the expansion of USPS. The effects of eliminating private prisons and defunding our armed forces have resulted in lower GDP and prison overcrowding, and we need a solution. Our administration abolishes water cannons and tear gas, which conservatives hate, and their invisible hand forces us to appease them with the welfare fraud department policy. In an effort to turn our GDP frown upside down, we mandate a telecommuting policy to improve production and implement Labor Day as a federal holiday for all private and public employees. The good news is that prisons are no longer overcrowded, but women are still suffering sexual harassment at the hands of capitalist inequality. In an effort to right this wrong, our
the hands of capitalist inequality.
Sets about subsidizing technology schools and abolishes selective schools entirely to foster socialist solidarity. But solidarity doesn't end with our own species, and in our quarterly report, we opt to implement regulations to curb factory farming. Of course, humans also deserve dignity, and our next project is to fund state housing and provide all low to middle income citizens stimulus checks via helicopter money, while raising taxes on capital gains to offset our spending deficit. With our GDP and popularity increasing and our poverty and deficit decreasing, the time has come to cut the military once again. This, of course, angers the capitalist class, who loves to profit off of death's destruction, but we are quick to appease them with mandatory Spanish language lessons and increases in our science funding to improve our popularity and maintain our technological advantage. But the polls are not looking good, and our ministers are openly disloyal, which will force us to fire our socialist tax minister and liberal welfare minister and replace them with capitalists to appease some of our more counter-revolutionary constituents. If we don't pass popular policies soon, we're going to lose the election, and, in our third quarter, we pass university grants for poorer families to win over the middle class. The effects are immediate and greatly increase our GDP, lower our unemployment, and our popularity surges from 30 to over 80% approval. Our priority is to build class consciousness, and thus we pass classic taxes to fund subsidized school meals for poorer pupils, and pass free parenting classes for the proletarian masses. We ensure that everyone is able to benefit from their own concrete communist crib, and also subsidize the production of public libraries. One of our capitalist donors to our Communist Party suggests implementing a federal right to digital privacy, and we set out to finish Fox News by subsidizing socialist state programming. But in order to pay for the people's prosperity, we have to implement increases to property taxes and pass taxation policies on summer homes, ultimately allowing us to improve health standards for our food production. We're finally out of the jungle, but to truly set our sights upston the air, we need to nationalize American Airlines, nationalize and secularize the YMCA, and force the proceeds of inheritance directly into the state. Capitalists hate this one little trick, and soon our credit rating is lowered, but our popularity remains high, and we're popular enough to enact meaningful change. In fact, we're so popular that we can hold off on passing policies for half a year to save up the political capital needed to extend our term limit from 2 to 3. Although this isn't inherently democratic, it has 100% support and is passed with thunderous applause. But we are nearing the election season, and it's time for us to make a pledge, but it isn't of allegiance to our flag. To appease liberals and socialists alike, we pledge to secularize our schools and fulfill our promise within the same month by banning the Bible and promoting evolutionary theory in the classroom. It's the final countdown, and it's time to go to the polls. Despite half of our population not voting, as is American tradition, our Socialist Party won with a supermajority of 90%. In only 4 years, we managed to reduce crime.
Damn, they even tell you how much your population doesn't vote.
Health, gender equality, our environment, and much more. It's time now for round 2, Socialist Boogaloo.
Working is my best friend.
Hey, when it comes to writing, and I'm not.
At the start of our second term, it's 2025, and all of our ministers are loyal, GDP is increasing, and funds stolen from the hugest corporate kleptocrat are returned to the people. It is said that God is dead, and it's time to separate church and state by eliminating atheism in our school's curriculum. Perhaps, predictably, Al-Qaeda was not amused by this development, and forced their hand in a failed assassination attempt. We'll have to keep an eye on the intel page, but just to be safe, we will remove all mentions of God from our currency. The only way to enlighten the people is by increasing access to education, and in our case, this takes the form of tech grants. It also helps to continue defunding the military and deprogram our soldiers, though retired generals are quick to complain that imperialism is a form of economic altruism. It will be hard to change American culture, which traditionally consisted of eating detergent pods, but we're on the right track, as card-carrying members of the party are increasing.
How did I lose that
But corporations are not people, despite existing laws, and must be taxed into the ground. And speaking of ground, it's time for our vanguard to lay the iron path of progress by nationalizing all rail companies, and actually building American rail infrastructure, as Amtrak is far from adequate. Likewise, our politicians pass public land regulations to allow revolutionary ramblers access to previously private land. Socialists now number almost 50% of the American population, and this is in part due to the generous social spending afforded by defunding the military. Conversely, capitalists, once 84% of the nation's population, now only number 53%, which is 53% we can't afford. You see, comrade, capitalism destroys the environment, and our solution is to tax gas, stop building ruinous roads, and forcibly reduce car ownership. This sustainable socialism leads to technological innovation, and we set about introducing airline taxes to combat climate change and fund our finances. We're only midway through our second term, and we've already reached an egalitarian society and balanced the budget, achieving the first American budget surplus since 2001. In keeping with communist tradition, we will use our popularity to push out term limits and devalue our democratic institutions. Capitalists also love autarky, and our credit rating is upgraded back to AAA. To round out the rest of our second term, we mandate that private and public universities are to be free of tuition. Our surplus continues to grow larger, our economy continues to improve, and income inequality vanishes into history. Before the election, one of our campaign donors demands driverless cars in order to free the steering wheel from the oppressive commuter class. Religious schools are likewise torn down, while workers and union representatives are installed on all corporate boards of directors. It's not enough to remind the capitalists that they are killing the planet to chase profits, so we mandate a carbon awareness campaign to cut the effects of climate change while installing ridiculously expensive carbon capture devices. But to truly lead a people's revolution, you should consider meeting with the workers and eating lunch with them in a blue-collar cafe. With our appetite quenched and a rich meal eaten, it's 2029 and time for change. In true American fashion, hardly anyone bothered to vote, which is great, as our Party for Socialism and Liberation took 83% of the ballot. For the first time in history since FDR, an American president is running for a third term, and human development, stability, and equality are rising, but a storm is brewing on the horizon. They say that third time's a charm, but it's also a time of trouble. Rising food prices are increasing poverty and crime, and unemployment is back on the menu. At least cars can drive themselves, and in an effort to drive our policies in the right direction, our administration starts off our third term by going beyond and subsidizing synthetic meat grants. Not only will this combat our food crisis, but it's also the key to finally solving obesity, while our driverless cars soon solve the problem of the gig economy. Our expansion of social services requires an equal expansion of taxation, and we set out to ban cigarettes completely, increase taxes on gas, and fully publicize all tax returns to combat rising levels of tax evasion. By this point, capitalists are capitulating, and our campaign donors are asking for the right to die, so that they can leave our socialist paradise. This proletarian paradise is far from lost, and we impose a green electronics initiative to combat pollution and reverse our carbon footprint. Outside of our communist country, privatized space is booming, as capitalists can only hope to gain capital where they won't be taxed. Yet. Meanwhile, all citizens are now fed not only on government cheese, but also on socialist Soylent Soy Green. It's what proletarians crave. In the face of such popular policies, the White House increases our term limit to 4 to thunderous applause. Wealth redistribution is our revolution, and luxury has no place and must be excised to ensure egalitarianism. At the
That's
dinner
an
table, Soylent
option in this game, is to feed people Soylent Green, which is humans.
has at last
What
solved the food crisis, and our party sets out a campaign pledge to defund the police, as our liberal society believes that all cops are baddies. We'll take away their submachine guns and give them more pacifistic pistols. And in terms of fiscal policy, we'll also mandate workers' dividends, which grants all of our socialist employees the right to take ownership of any remaining private enterprises. While McCarthy would surely be rolling in his grave, our communist constituents have never been more content, and the proletariat propels our political capital to over 40, which we can use to finally abolish all term limits. To perfectly balance our nation's diet, socialist soybeans are granted to all students for free in an effort to eliminate starvation and obesity. We also haven't forgotten Flint and set about solving the water crisis by nationalizing the industry and embracing Trotskyite tap water. But all democratic people's republics need bicycles and less vehicles, and our administration runs campaigns and subsidizes their development. We'll build an ecological and nationalized wall against capitalism and make the millionaires pay for it, but soon it's time to proletarian go to the polls. Never before has our vanguard party of socialism so clearly conquered the Republican Party, and with over 95% of the vote, our communist countrymen look forward to ruling the realm without term limits. The next 2 terms, spanning 8 years, are pivotal in the development of our revolutionary republic. Welfare Water has finally granted everyone humanity's most basic right for free, and we're set to secure socialism in one country. After over 12 years of our revolutionary rule, more than 82% of our population are socialists, less than 6% are religious, and only 17% of our initial capitalists remain to be tax harvested. From each according to their tax liability to each according to their crime, and our policies of proportionate fines finally eliminates tax evasion. And speaking of taxes, any remaining McMansions are sold off. Traitorous day traders are forced to forfeit their fiat currency, and their carcinogenic cars are converted into bicycles with the introduction of car emission limits. But eating the rich doesn't quite scratch our itch, as they still consist of 3% of the national population. We'll have to destroy their gated communities and move them into our concrete cooperatives. The legal system, once a bastion of corporate and bourgeois inequality, will also have to be reformed, and we set about nationalizing all lawyers to offer all of our comrade citizens the very best of socialized legal services. Even if a criminal is convicted, our policies now ensure that citizens are rehabilitated instead of being punished, and to deter crime, facial recognition cameras are installed in every inch of every city and commune. Antisocial behavior is now a thing of history, and our budget surplus is approaching $80 billion per quarter. To improve the health of our people's population, we set about maxing out taxes on car ownership, overhauling socialized healthcare to include preventative measures, and force Taco Toll and other junk food brands to pay tribute. It's a time of healthy eating, voluntary organ harvesting, and at last, sensible telecom policies that result in nationalized America Online. Our 4th term ends with the implementation of maternity leave, and after our president tells the proletariat to go to the polls, the Party of Socialism and Liberation secures an easy 5th term in office. Naturally, this results in more taxation, with of course representation, and soon sales taxes, packaging taxes, property taxes, and payroll taxes are marked out. For the first time in American history, we have a quarterly budget surplus of over $220 billion, which can at last be spent on ensuring every citizen has a prefabricated communist complex, access to universal drug treatment facilities, and even socialized support for our subjects' spawnlings. These policies ensure positive GDP and health growth, which results in the eradication of pollution and the enrollment of nearly 300 million people into our Communist Party, forming more than half of the U.S. population.
What the fuck?
This progress has resulted in top marks all around the board. To maintain our momentum, we put the nail in the coffin of private healthcare and increased taxation, which leads to the end of obesity, but the start of a bloated bureaucracy, brain drain, and a decrease in our GDP. Private education is up next on the communist cutting board, which also lowers our GDP and increases
What does he mean by brain drain?
increased taxation, which leads to the end of obesity, but the start of a bloated bureaucracy, brain drain, and a decrease in our GDP. Private education is up next on the communist cutting board, which also lowers our GDP and increases our unemployment. The conquered capitalists and befallen bourgeois are bayed into our national forests, granting this cruel class employment by forcing them to reforest the continent. This, naturally, leads to the end of our environmental protests, and soon, our administration is able to salvage the socialist economy by legalizing sex work, which recovers our GDP and marks an end to our respiratory disease. I am once again asking for your support, and it's beyond time to raise the minimum wage, so it's time to bring millions of our people out of poverty. After all,
How
we're
are
going
you
to need a
supposed
safety
to
net as post-scarcity
raise
socialism
the minimum wage if your GDP is that far down?
demands
That
automation
makes no
and
fucking
communist
sense.
contraptions that will ultimately replace our proletarian people. Our newly automated workforce naturally leads to Luddite riots, and to protect our RoboCop comrades, we'll need to pass gun control laws. In spite of these reactionary ragtag rebels, our re-election in the 20th year
I'm
is over
surprised
a
they
certainty,
didn't have
and
to
the Communist
pass
Party
gun
appropriates over
control laws
440
already.
million votes, or a 99% supermajority. The people have finally spoken, and it's beyond time to implement the final transitional phase between socialism and communism.
There's nothing more powerful than you, making your thing happen. Really going.
It is now 2041, and it's been 20 years since our party has first assumed power. Our massive budget surplus has been stockpiled for one reason, and now it's time to unleash the Yang Gang and universalize the means of income. UBI only costs $427 billion per quarter, or over $1.7 trillion per year. And with our last election polling our population at 517 million people, or almost twice our initial starting population, every communist citizen is now entitled to $3,285 per year for doing absolutely nothing. But capitalist predators hate this one simple socialist trick, and with a deficit of over $380 billion, we'll need to raise taxes to offset our utopian UBI. In socialist America, God is dead due to state secularity, but it's not too late for us to raise the corpse of Christianity and tax it to the max, squeezing over $74 billion from our monotheistic minority. Changes to tax law now ensure that individual inheritance falls to the state, private property and sales tax is taxed to the max, and the military is defunded to serve only a ceremonial role. For communism to truly work, we set about squeezing out any remaining capital from the rich, while also instituting a tax on cannabis and cryptocurrencies. Better slurp that dip, capitalist coin holder. While these taxes might seem extreme to anarcho-capitalists, the state and automated AI provides for everything our population could possibly need. Universalizing everything has led to a utopian union of socialist states, and contested elections are a thing of the past. Our sixth term concludes with over 99% of the popular vote and 80% turnout, relegating the Republican Party to the dustbin of history. Literally every single segment of society are card-carrying communists, and even the wealthy and capitalists are voting against their interests. It's time now for us to see what 24 years of socialism and liberalism have done to the USA.
I want this guy.
In 2045, the socialist states of America have an average GDP, perfect health, and perfect education on account of universal health care and free schooling. While some may point out our high unemployment as an issue, automated AI algorithms care for our every need. Violent crime no longer exists, and criminal activity is limited to internet fraud, while poverty is a thing of the past, as our people have universal basic income on top of drone-delivered helicopter money. In terms of democracy, over 99% of our over 550 million citizens intend to vote for the Party of Socialism and Liberation, and everyone loves our policies due to widespread equality, prosperity, and protection of nearly all personal freedoms. Our population consists of 90% liberals, 89% socialists, and 70% middle class, while capitalists, once over 84% of our nation, now form a tiny minority of 10%, the wealthy less than 5%, and religious citizenry almost wiped away, with only 3% of our people still believing in a god. It is both the best of times and the worst of times, with problems including internet crime, rampant brain drain, tax evasion, a bloated bureaucracy, an uncompetitive economy, a rare earth mineral crisis, Luddite riots over automation, and antibiotic-resistant bacteria. On the plus side, our socialist state has fully driverless cars, a completely egalitarian society where everyone is equal, a booming private space industry, and a technological advantage, which combine to form fully automated luxury space communism. After 24 years of our party's policies, the changes to the United States are extreme. Notable contributions include a 77% increased lifespan, with US citizens now living to be over 140 years old on average. While hyperinflation is a problem, we solved global warming by cutting CO emissions by nearly 70%, solved gender inequality, nationalized all private industries, and cut back crime, tobacco usage, and generational inequality by over 50%. Education and income equality are at an all-time high, while the average working week has been reduced to 20 hours for those who still choose to work. Global warming is a thing of the past, as we managed to even lower the average national temperature, and nearly every positive metric has seen growth, while almost every negative metric has seen reductions, though our GDP has decreased by 2.4%. Over the course of our campaign, we've transformed our capitalist corporate state into an ecologically sustainable socialist paradise, and in the coming years, Mars is up next on our list of Marxist machinations. Before ending the video, I'd like to thank everyone for watching this far and supporting the YouTube algorithm. Consider supporting Alsbo HD in the polls by liking the video and subscribing to our party. A special thanks to Democracy 4 for sponsoring this video, and if you're interested in running for office yourself, be sure to check out the links in the description box below. If you're looking. Hello, strategy gaming enthusiasts. My name is Alsbo HD, and in today's challenge video,
I want to go to see Bryn Gingras. She's following Donald Trump's civil fraud trial in New York. The former president, I take it, Bryn, taking the stand just a little while ago to answer questions about the gag order he's under. What's happening in the courtroom?
Yeah, well, so this is taking the stand not as someone to testify, but in response to that gag order that was issued by this judge earlier in this trial. Now, let me back up just a little bit to explain what happened. During one of the breaks, the former president went into the hall room, as he usually does, and made some comments. And what he said in those comments was that he called the judge partisan, and he said the person sitting next to him is very partisan. Now, keep in mind, that gag order, when it was put in place by this judge, said that Trump could not speak ill about anyone on his staff. Well, everyone was brought back into the courtroom. There were a few sidebars, and the judge asked Trump who he was talking about. His lawyers responded, and Trump said that, or his lawyer said that Trump was talking about the judge and the person sitting next to him, who was Michael Cohen, who was testifying at the time. Now, I need to just, again, back up a little bit to explain what it looks like in the courtroom. In this courtroom, the judge is in the middle. To his right is his court clerk. To his left is the person testifying. So the judge took it that Trump was talking about his court clerk, which would have been a violation of this gag order. There was a break in the courtroom, and then once lunch had come back, the judge made Trump take the stand and under oath say who he was talking about. Former president took the stand and again said that he was talking about the judge and Michael Cohen in his comments. Well, the moment Trump left the stand, the judge said this: as a trier of fact, I find that the witness is not credible, and he was referring to my law clerk. He fined the president $10,000. Now, again, the former president $10,000. Again, this is the second time that he has received a fine based off of this gag order and violating it. Now, Trump's attorneys at this point are fighting back, essentially saying that he can't say he was lying, he just took the oath, and they also were complaining about the fact that this law clerk is seated right next to the judge, calling it unusual when law clerks are typically sitting usually in front of the judge in a courtroom. So there's a big back and forth about this law clerk. Trump's attorneys arguing that they're getting this case tried by two judges because of the position of where this law clerk is standing, or sitting rather. The judge said that he has reconsidered this fine and he's keeping with it.
All right, so what
I want to go to CNN's Bryn Gingras. She's following Donald Trump's civil fraud trial in New York. The former president, I take it, Bryn, taking the stand just a little while ago to answer questions about the gag order he's under. What's happening in the courtroom?
Yeah, well,
it's so fucking stupid that they put a gag order on him.
That gag order that was issued by this judge earlier in this trial. Now, let me back up just a little bit to explain what happened. During one of the breaks, the former president went into the hall room, as he usually does, and made some comments. And what he said in those comments was that he called the judge partisan, and he said the person sitting next to him is very partisan. Now, keep in mind, that gag order, when it was put in place by this judge, said that Trump could not speak ill about anyone on his staff. Well, everyone was brought back into the courtroom. There were a few sidebars, and the judge asked Trump who he was talking about. His lawyers responded, and his lawyer said that Trump was talking about the judge and the person sitting next to him, who was Michael Cohen, who was testifying at the time. Now, I need to just, again, back up a little bit to explain what it looks like in the courtroom. In this courtroom, the judge is in the middle. To his right is his court clerk. To his left is the person testifying. So the judge took it that Trump was talking about his court clerk, which would have been a violation of this gag order. There was a break in the courtroom, and then once lunch had come back, the judge made Trump take the stand and under oath say who he was talking about. Former president took the stand and again said that he was talking about the judge and Michael Cohen in his comments. Well, the moment Trump left the stand, the judge said this: "As the trier of fact, I find that the witness is not credible," and he was referring to
That's
my law
so
clerk.
fucking crazy.
The president $10,000. Now, again, the former president $10,000. Again, this is the second time that he has received a fine based off of this gag order and violating it. Now, Trump's attorneys at this point are fighting back, essentially saying that he can't say he was lying, he just took the oath, and they also were complaining about the fact that this law clerk is seated right next to the judge, calling it unusual when law clerks are typically sitting usually in front of the judge in a courtroom. So there's a big back and forth about this law clerk. Trump's attorneys arguing that they're getting this case tried by two judges because of the position of where this law clerk is sitting rather. The judge said that he has reconsidered this fine, and he's keeping with it $10,000 fine against the former president for those comments that he made earlier today. So a lot of drama happening in regards to the gag order. This is in addition to the drama that has been folding all day with Michael Cohen, the former personal attorney of Donald Trump, on the stand. But that is what we're hearing right now from the courtroom about a $10,000 fine again against the president in regards to this gag order. Wolf?
Very interesting indeed. $10,000, that's the fine. Obviously for Trump, that's not a whole lot of money, but it's still significant indeed. Caitlin Collins is working her sources as well. Caitlin, what's your reaction? What should we interpret this development as being?
I mean, well, this gag order has only been in place for 22 days, and now Trump has been accused of violating it twice. He has now been fined twice. This fine that Bryn was just reporting there, it is double the fine that happened the first time. And that first fine was because, of course, Trump's post initially about the judge's clerk, that the judge said he didn't believe Trump was referring to Michael Cohen today. The judge believed
it's so fucking stupid that the judge can just say that he doesn't believe him and then give him a fine for it without any evidence at all.
In referring to that same clerk. That is something that Trump had posted at the beginning of October, claiming that this clerk was running this case, implied that she was Chuck Schumer's girlfriend. Obviously, both baseless claims that Trump had posted simply because
that was pretty funny.
Because there was a photo of this clerk and Senator Schumer posted online. And so that judge put it in place then saying, you can talk about me, but do not talk about the court staff. And he is taking this very seriously, Wolf. And you're right that $10,000 is not a lot of money for the former president, but I mean, he doesn't like to be fined any kind of money. He doesn't like to pay any kind of legal fees. So I do think the notion of the fine in and of itself is not something that'll sit well with him, that he won't be just completely dismissive of it. But it does show how seriously the judge is taking this, Wolf. And I think there's a reason why, because when Trump posted this, of course, it goes out to hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. And the reason he got that fine the first time was because the statement was left up on his campaign website.
So he just can't talk about anything that goes on in his
The judge still fined them $5,000 for it. And now Trump is claiming that this person is partisan again. As he was saying that to the reporters outside in the hallway, he was saying the person sitting next to the judge. His attorney, Chris Kise, tried to claim he was talking about Michael Cohen, who, of course, was just a few feet away in the witness box. But the judge was not buying that excuse. And his concern is that someone is going to get killed. That is the quote that the judge used.
Someone is going to get killed. Oh, my goodness. What the fuck do you think this is?
Trump is targeting lower-level court staffers and going after them in this situation. And, of course, I think you have to look at this, Wolf, through the bigger picture here, which is this is not just happening here in this courtroom in Manhattan. You're also seeing it play out in the courtroom in Washington, where Judge Chuck Kandare imposed that limited order because of what Trump has been saying about Special Counsel Jack Smith, about the prosecutors who are working for the Special Counsel's team, and, of course, what he has been saying even about the court clerk, the judge's clerk, who is sitting here in that courtroom today. And so what I think the biggest takeaway here is not the fine in and of itself, that it's $10,000. It's that this gag order has been in place less than a month. Trump has now violated it twice. And the concern that the judge here has is that this could have serious consequences on people's lives, regular people's lives who are involved in these matters.
Important points indeed. I want to get some legal analysis from our Ellie Honig, who's been watching and monitoring all these important developments as well. Ellie, what do you think?
Well, so this happened very quickly, and I think the most important takeaway here is that Donald Trump took the stand. He was asked questions about who were you referring to, the clerk, which would violate the gag order, or Michael Cohen, which would not violate the gag order. Trump said, I meant Michael Cohen, and the judge has ruled, I don't believe you. The judge made a credibility finding against Donald Trump. And so there's a question as to whether Donald Trump can appeal this. The answer is technically yes, he can try to appeal, but he has a very low likelihood of success because what this trial judge has done is make what we call a credibility finding. And those types of findings are usually sort of uniquely in the province of the trial judge. The trial judge will say, I was the one in the courtroom, I was the one who was able to assess his demeanor, to watch him answer, and in my judgment, this judge has now said, I do not believe Donald Trump, therefore find against him, therefore impose an increased fine.
So, Ellie, how unusual is all of this?
It's very unusual. It's very unusual, first of all, to see a gag order in the first place. We do see it sometimes, but usually litigants...
It's very unusual. It just kind of proves that they're going after Trump, and it's not actually a case like for justice or anything. It's because they're trying to go after their political opponents.
Has now violated this one twice. I can't really think of a case. I'm sure it's happened at some point in U.S. history, but never in recent history in any high-profile case I've seen where a person has violated a gag order, a restriction on what they can say out of the courtroom 2 different times. And the judge, and not just this judge, but all the judges in the Trump cases are going to have to grapple with this difficult question. How do I enforce this? Financial penalties are only so much of a deterrent when it comes to Donald Trump. They do technically have the option of ordering him locked up. I think it's very, very unlikely we see that happen here, given all the circumstances, but it's a tough situation for prosecutors, for plaintiffs, and for judges alike.
So what happens if Trump violates this gag order yet another time, a third time?
Yeah, so this judge has a few options at his disposal. One, he can and almost certainly will impose an increased penalty, and I would hazard a guess that he will increase the penalty a third time by more than just $5,000 in light of the resources Donald Trump has. I think the judge needs to make these financial penalties hurt a bit more if they're going to have any impact on Donald Trump. In a very extreme and very rare scenario, Wolf, a judge does have the ability to either impose bail restrictions. Well, this is not a criminal case, so we won't see that here, but you can technically lock someone up. The judge said the other day, he warned Donald Trump. He said, if it comes to it, I do have the power to imprison you if you continue to violate this gag order. But again, I think it's extraordinarily unlikely that will actually happen, but it's theoretically possible.
Theoretically possible, indeed.
Oh, this is so stupid. Imprison him over a gag order? What the fuck is this? He can't talk about his court case, otherwise he might get imprisoned?
Paula Reed's our chief legal affairs
This is fucking
correspondent.
insane.
I wonder how you see all this unfolding, Paula.
Look, well, this is going to be one of the biggest challenges that the judges overseeing the cases, both civil and criminal, against former President Trump are going to face. We're seeing it playing out right now in New York, but this is also something that at least one federal judge here in Washington, D.C. is also contending with. Judge Tanya Chutkan, who is overseeing the federal prosecution of former President Trump related to election subversion, she has also issued a gag order, but it is on hold right now while it's being litigated. But she, too, said she is concerned about threats made against court staffers, against prosecutors, against witnesses. Really, she pointed out people who are just trying to do their job or comply with their legal responsibilities. She said that they should not face threats. And as Ellie noted, in most cases, this is not an issue. But former President Trump has shown a pattern of attacking people within the judicial system, as well as not having much of a reverence for any limitations placed on him. And it's going to be really interesting to see exactly how these judges try to enforce this. We've seen the $5,000 fine, the $10,000 fine, talk about home confinement, even imprisonment. But Wolf, the fact is that he is a candidate for the presidency. And like any defendant, he has a First Amendment right to defend himself. But they're all trying to put limitations on what he says about court personnel. And it is really unclear how they're going to enforce this as he continues to apparently violate it.
It's so fucking stupid.
Real blue tea flavor you love from Twisted Tea with fewer calories. Keep it twisted.
The housing market is on its last legs. Every year, more and more people get pushed out of even having the possibility of having their own home.
The United States is going through a housing affordability crisis. Correct. Now, this surge is causing many Americans to wonder, are we barreling toward a housing market crash?
A whole generation priced out their future, treading water just to keep their heads above the currents. Meanwhile, the entrenched upper classes and corporate landlords see their investments skyrocket in value as the demand for homes continually outruns the supply. But this presents a perplexing situation. If almost everyone is priced out of homeownership, then what's driving this rapid increase in housing costs? And even more importantly, if nobody can afford houses, who's going to be buying these homes in the first place? Well,
BlackRock.
This is the reason that for the first time in years, house prices have begun to fall in the UK, and quickly. We've seen a 4.7% drop over the past year, the highest level since 2009, and the US isn't far behind. Prices finally beginning to stagnate after years of back-to-back price hikes. And yet even still, it's almost impossible for anyone to own a home. And with stagnating wages and less and less ownership, what's going to happen to the housing market? Is this the beginning of a crash? Has the market finally hit a breaking point? Or is it just going to recover, reset itself, and happen all over again? When you're a kid, you get told that there's a set of goals for you to hit, milestones that make the difference between success and failure. Some of them are getting a college degree, buying your first car, getting married and starting a family. But above everything else, you're told that buying your own home is the key to not just surviving, but thriving. It's not just an outdated pitch today, it's a fairy tale, a relic of a time when homes were actually affordable and one salary could support a family.
For real, the American dream is dead. I mean, we might be able to revive it, but it's fucking dead now.
Today, everything's different. Forces like overpopulation, inflation, inequality, and a lack of supply have gathered over generations, putting us right where we are today. If you take a look at how affordable housing is today, it's the worst it's ever been in decades. We all know this. And despite the fall in prices for the UK, there's still a long way to go before average people will have a shot at home ownership. The average home still goes for a little over £260,000, £45,000 higher than it was in 2020, a figure that's over $300,000. Now, a lot of this can be chalked up to the 14 times in the past 2 years that the Bank of England has raised interest rates, making it far more expensive to borrow money. This has meant far harsher mortgages and less people willing to buy, dropping prices. Both buyers and sellers are getting squeezed, and real estate moguls like Warren Buffett know a storm is coming, so they're making their move. In the first half of 2023, his firm sold over $20 billion worth of stock. But when stocks and real estate are crashing, you can still protect and even grow your savings through diversification. Thousands of my followers alone have been doing so, with one of the most unique, reliable assets in the world, fine art. You see, our sponsors and Masterworks have generated over $45 million in art sales and delivered the proceeds to over 50,000 investors just like you. They didn't need art market connections or billion-dollar portfolios. They didn't even have 2 years of legwork. In the short term, the UK is facing the potential of a major crash. The post-COVID recovery hasn't gone as planned. Everything got far more expensive as inflation outpaced wages. We're now only seeing wages even begin to catch up, when the interest rate was 0%. During COVID and even before, mortgage deals were much cheaper. Lots of people took advantage and got on the property ladder, buying expensive houses. Every house is expensive today, but still, June of 2021 saw the largest increase in homes bought in the UK by a wide margin, over 165,000. In April of 2023, it was just under 40,000 homes sold, half of what it was just a few months before. And it's a similar picture in the US. Over 6 million homes were sold in 2021. It dropped by 1 million in 2020 and is expected to drop a bit over 4 million this year. The average mortgage on the average home with a 20% down payment costs $2,440 a year now in the US, nearly $1,200 less than it was 2 years ago when all these deals were being signed. Lots of these homeowners got in with comparatively good deals, but those fixed rate deals are coming to an end soon.
It's the next few quarters where you'll see the worst pain for the housing market because the majority of mortgage borrowers in the UK are on fixed rates, and the Bank of England estimates that only a third of the rate hikes that have already been done have passed through already.
As those mortgages all get renegotiated to today's interest, it's going to leave people with a massive jump in monthly payments that are still just going to the bank for interest. A massive proportion of people won't be able to make the payments. A similar situation to what happened in 2008. Other costs like energy, food, and the rest have all gone sky high as well.
This is going to be worse than 2008 for sure. 2008 is nothing compared to what's going to happen this time, I feel like. Because 2008 was just overlending from the banks. This is that plus inflation plus a lot of other factors.
Room for this. The average American is already over $10,000 in debt through credit cards alone. People are overstretched. And falling house prices will only make things worse. Without equity, people will be left without the means to downsize and buy a different house. This is just one reason why it might not be a great idea to sell your house right now. In the UK, home prices have dropped for 6 months in a row. The only thing keeping them up has been the rampant inflation. Real drops are as high as 13% once you account for it, with even more price drops looming. Any home you buy might fall in value by 10% or more within a year. If you only had enough for a small deposit under that amount, you'd end up losing far more money than if you just waited or rented. Massive interest rates also aren't helping things, and they aren't going to go away anytime soon. They make it so much more expensive to pay off a mortgage, especially considering the first years of the deal are mostly paying off interest. This means you'd be stuck paying the banks far more than usual. In a few years, the interest rates will hopefully have cooled down, and there's also the very clear potential of a massive crash right now. Anyone with skin in the game that needs to downsize after the massive hit would find it hard. Everything we just talked about would make it much more costly to get out of a bad deal. It's a cruel circle that tons of people need house prices to fall to be able to afford one. But if they do fall, it will ruin millions of other people's financial plans and stability. It's a result of the shift in views on homes from a necessity and a commodity to an investment. After World War II, when the boomers were being born, buying a home was a lot different. Everything was a lot different, really. Compared to our current stagnation, it was a time of rebirth. In the US, this growth was pushed by the GI Bill. To reward the people who fought in the war and restart the economy, the government provided a massive package of aid to veterans. They subsidized mortgages, paid people a year's worth of wages if they were unemployed, and gave out...
One sec, I'm gonna... I need to get one of these guys. some more of these guys. Oh, I won't be able to do anything with those guys. With that guy.
Low-interest loans which people could use to build a new life. It was a reflection of a less specific rebuilding project going on throughout the West. In the UK, over 1.2 million new homes were being built between 1946 and 51. House prices remained steady and low for years. More were being built and mortgages weren't seen as financial investments like they are today. There wasn't an expectation of continued growth offset against interest payments. It was this world of prosperity that the baby boomer generation was born into, and they enjoyed the benefits as they were growing up and buying their own homes. But it couldn't last forever. Over time, through building frenzy died down, more people were born, more families were created, and more houses were needed. Soon enough, demand and inflation started to outpace the supply, and the prices started going up. By now, it was the 70s, and masses of baby boomers had grown up and bought their own homes. There were more mortgages than ever for the banks to play with. But the current model wasn't working too well. Back in those days, mortgages were often shorter, had higher deposits, and the final lump sum to be paid at the end of the term. There wasn't much room for the banks to make interest, and they had to deal with each mortgage individually. They weren't glamorous or particularly good at making large amounts of money for the banks, but one man could see their true potential for profit, and his name was Louis Ranieri. Louis was born in New York in 1947 to an obscure, relatively unknown family. After dropping out of college, his first job in the banking industry was unremarkable. Starting in the mailroom at a firm called Solomon Brothers, Louis spent a decade slowly working his way up the corporate ladder. Early in his career, though, his bosses noticed his skills with maths and his ability to see profit where others couldn't, along with his uncanny salesmanship. And so as he went up the totem pole, Louis eventually found himself in a leading role at the mortgages department in his bank. It would have been a dead end for most, but Louis's biggest strength was his ability to innovate, and it was here that he would come up with his career-defining idea, the mortgage-backed security. It worked by combining a whole set of mortgages from various homeowners into one asset, which would pay out the interest payments made to whoever owned it. Louis had single-handedly turned mortgages into a profit bonanza. Using the sales techniques and the help of a banker called Larry Fink, their bank sold them by the truckloads to other banks and pension funds across the country. And this was one of the most important shifts in the last century. Louis had turned what was once a boring commodity designed to let people have homes into something his banker friends could exploit to make billions.
You might not know who he is, but he changed your life more than Michael Jordan, the iPod, and YouTube put together. You see, Louis didn't know it yet, but he'd already changed banking forever with one simple idea.
The mortgage-backed security. You've got your average person's mortgage. Fixed rate, 30 years. Boring, safe, small payoff, right? When you have thousands of them all bundled together, suddenly the yield goes up, but the risk is still small because, well, they're mortgages. And who the hell doesn't pay their mortgage?
And it was these mortgage-backed securities that would eventually lead to the 08 crash.
That guy sounded like Robin Williams. Like, listen to him.
Two put together. You see, Louis didn't know it yet, but he'd already changed banking forever with one simple idea.
The mortgage-backed security. You've got your average person's mortgage. Fixed rate, 30 years. Boring, safe, small payoff, right? When you have thousands of them all bundled together, suddenly the yield goes up, but the risk is still small because, well, they're mortgages. And who the hell doesn't pay their mortgage?
And it was these mortgage-backed securities that would eventually lead to the 08 crash. But for now, it was incredible for the banks. The mortgage-backed security market was worth $150 billion by 1986, just a few years after Louis had his bright idea. But before that happened, a few other changes in the housing market led to the disaster we're watching unfold today. As the boomers got their homes and became the largest voting bloc in history, they started favoring laws that would keep house prices high. Politicians obliged, happy to make more money themselves. Housing subsidies ended. The GI Bill never saw modern renewal. And bureaucratic red tape surrounding housing got a whole lot worse. Once the boomers had gotten inside the market, they made sure it was incredibly difficult for anyone else to do the same. It led to the labyrinth maze of zoning codes, planning permission, and arbitrary limits that we know today. The flow of new houses dried up as construction companies had to get permit after permit just to start on new developments. They added years of legal fees, waiting, and paperwork to the process, so even though it was in the public's interest for more houses to be built, it just wasn't profitable for developers. And today, resistance to any new housing developments that aren't more suburban wasteland has gotten so bad that there are protests by pensioners whenever a car park gets redeveloped into more housing. Like this protest in the summer of 2023 in London, where old homeowners gathered to keep their investments safe from a new set of affordable apartments which could replace their beloved car park. Their local MP is right behind them, of course. And all of this resulted in the current view of housing as an investment, something for Wall Street to tamper with, for people to sit on their whole lives, a way to build wealth rather than a basic necessity for survival. This kind of thinking is completely toxic to society. The 2008 crisis was the result of decades of this building up, and Louis Ranieri's mortgage bonds only got worse and more risky. Banks made so much money off of them that they interfered with rating agencies, which determined how risky they were. Corruption and collusion meant incredibly risky, awful mortgages were backed up and sold as safe investments. They invested trillions into these mortgage-backed securities, and eventually it all blew up. Millions were left without homes, and the economy went into a nosedive that it's still struggling to recover from. You would expect that such a massive failure of the whole system would ignite a complete rethinking of how we treat homes. But you'd be wrong. The banks got bailed out with taxpayer money, and they pretty much got off scot-free. If anything, the banks have gotten even more reckless and predatory. Firms like Blackstone, Goldman Sachs, and Pretium Partners have bought hundreds of thousands of single-family homes. You don't need me to tell you how awful this is. Aside from the practical effects of increasing demand and artificially raising house prices, it's symbolic of how institutional investors have literally taken control of people's homes. Once they're on the books for these corporate investors, they hand over the management to monolithic letting management companies. These corporate landlords then put the bare minimum into keeping the homes maintained, as well as skipping on anything else that impacts their bottom line. If tenants complain or the banks see more money in it, they get evicted. The 2022 prediction by one asset manager states that if patterns continue as they are, institutional investors could own 40% of the single-family rental homes on the market by 2030. Silicon Valley has also been looking for a way to solve the housing market. Take Opendoor, a company that uses algorithms and a tech-driven instant access business model to try and undercut estate agents. Their basic plan is to build up large amounts of liquid assets and use these to buy homes from people looking to sell. They use algorithms and AI to figure out how much it's worth, buy it for a bit less than that, and then sell it on after a few months. The problem with their plan is that you can't just throw some algorithms, buzzwords, and investor money at the housing market to make money. You still need to deal with in-person viewings, repair and renovation construction costs, and all the ground stuff to make that happen. And the financial data has been troubling from Opendoor and their competitors, as their stock price has been falling for a straight year.
Shares of Opendoor cratering today after reporting a steep second quarter revenue decline and a pretty weak outlook,
causing them to lose $1 billion in the past year alone. It's clear proof that their business model just doesn't work. Even with all the hype of getting some big names in Silicon Valley to bankroll the operation, it hasn't panned out. Instead, it's just another example of how Silicon Valley's miracle solutions often end up as massive pump and dump schemes to make the founders richer when they inevitably sell the company. The rental market is one side of the story that we haven't covered yet. Everything that we've talked about has led to insane rents. The higher rents go, the less likely it is for people to be able to afford a deposit. If you're paying 50% of your income to some landlord or some Wall Street bank, it cripples your ability to save up anything, and it's a complete drain on the economy. That's not an exaggeration for some, as Londoners are paying over 50% of their income to rent on average. London renters also paid around £3,000 more than homeowners for what is essentially a much worse deal. On average across the UK, renters pay around 34% of their income on average to housing costs, nearly 4 times as much as the 9% that the average homeowner pays. Now sure, homeowners are normally richer than renters, so the figure is skewed by that fact, but it's still a clear example of how the West is changing. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. What's really destroying the renting market though is the chronic housing shortage. The majority of local councils in the UK haven't built a single home in the past 5 years, despite over 1 million people on the waiting list nationwide. Anyone who's
the people who really rule you. Most of them are faceless bureaucrats you've never heard of.
We have committed ourselves to
One of the most common misconceptions in our time is that we're responsible more or less for the whole world in perpetuity. The founders begin from a premise of non-interference in the affairs of other nations, unless that country poses a direct threat to them. The modern bureaucracies, they would say that it's impossible to stake out a successful foreign policy that sticks so closely to that of the American founders in a complex world where America has all these responsibilities.
who's been in the unfortunate position of needing to rent a place in a big city knows how awful it can be. In New York, hour-long waits and long lines of viewers are the norm for even the most overpriced, dilapidated apartments. Elsewhere, it can take months to find a place, with renters often being forced to offer the first 6 months up front, or even the whole year just to get a chance. Add in reference checks and the evasive questions, and it's more like a job interview now. All of this, and people get much smaller, run-down living spaces. You just can't build a good life when your kitchen, your bedroom, and your living room are all the same room. It's a trap that more and more people can't get out of. In the UK, the renting population has doubled in the past 20 years, and if you're stuck renting, then you're always stuck paying someone else's mortgage, building their wealth and life instead of your own. However predatory mortgages might get, at least there's the eventual promise that you'll actually own the home. Although that's after you've paid years of interest to the bank, and you probably won't actually own the land. You just lease it. It's a trend that surpasses the housing crisis, the movement away from individual ownership. In the World Economic Forum's infamous predictions for 2030, they claim that you will own nothing and be happy with it. This is the key, and it's a big part of why institutional investors are scrambling to get in on the rental market by buying up family homes. They know what's coming because they're constantly trying to create it. The ingredients for it are already here. You don't need to own your own car, you can just use Uber. If you need to buy anything, a drone can deliver to your house. You don't need a cashier, you can use a machine. You never actually need to leave, other than going to the other tiny cubicle where you can spend the other.
Yeah, no, this is sad that like everything in our life has been made so that we don't even have to interact with any people at all.
Half of your life in artificially lighted work. Might as well get your money's worth for that $3,000 a month studio apartment anyway. You don't need to actually buy anything either. You can just use credit to pay it out over the course of years. You don't need to own a home. You'll be much happier renting for the rest of your life. Even media and entertainment operate off these rules now. Subscription systems and monthly fees are the new norm for everything. It spreads so far that printers and other appliances now have subscription fees. Subscriptions that lock people out of using the thing they bought if they stop paying them. Obviously, most people aren't happy about this. It's a major cause for the underlying resentments you see in people today. But what choice do they have? Take the car example. Most people in America live in places with little to no public transport. Even your own two legs are mostly useless because everything's so spread out and built for cars. Uber and ride-sharing is becoming the only choice. That's despite the fact that it's far more expensive in the long run anyway. It's soon becoming a world where corporations own everything. It lets them extract far more money out of each person. If you're a company and you sell something for $100, obviously you only get $100. But if people rent it though for just $5 a month, they're already paying more in less than 2 years. Turning every transaction into debt simply makes them more money and gives them more power. Ownership is being eroded everywhere you look. Even your own privacy is gone, renamed as data and stolen by these same companies to make the adverts slightly more annoying and effective. It's all part of the modern feudal system that they're trying to create. But most people can't see the bigger picture here. They just see the instant access we now have to every kind of instant pleasure you could possibly think of, and they consider it progress. At our current pace, we may well hit the World Economic Forum's predictions of 2030. Often it's framed as a necessary change in order to stop climate change. The responsibility is shifted to regular people, pressuring them to use paper straws, take shorter showers, and generally live worse lives. It's a psychological tactic to shift the blame without even acknowledging it happened. The real damage is done by corporations and governments. Of all the garbage in the ocean, most comes from rivers, and 93% of that plastic comes from just 10 rivers. 8 of them are in Asia, the Yangtze being the largest polluter and the other 2 are in Africa. As for carbon emissions, 71% of it comes from just 100 of the largest companies. The top 20 are responsible for 1/3 of all the carbon emissions. And so the housing crisis is just the tip of the iceberg, and we can only hope that things will get better eventually. If anything is true though, is that everything is always changing. Things can't go on forever like this. The resentment and anger will eventually reach a breaking point. One thing the World Economic Forum won't be right about is that people will be happy with this new normal. That's at least something we can count on. With all this said though, what's going to happen next? For now, the housing market looks like it's on the brink. With far less people selling, movement has been propped up at the upper end through cash purchases of $1 million homes in capital cities. There definitely isn't anything shady at all about these anonymous buyers.
Right. You know, I've been paying attention to these companies that are buying up affordable housing. Yeah, like BlackRock and Zillow. Yeah, that's scary. It is scary. That's scary because if they can move the entire country into renting, like
That's right.
Nobody can own anything.
That's what they want to do.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
They don't want anyone to own anything.
If you get a giant majority of the population that are just renters, that don't ever own property, they never have their own real home, and then you make sure that you control their wage because you have massive corporations, whether it's Target or Amazon or whatever, and they limit the amount of possible growth you have within a company.
Yeah, and there was that article, you'll own nothing and be happy in 2030.
That is wild.
Klaus Schwab.
Rents have been going up as well, as they have been for years now. And increased mortgage costs have put a dent in landlords' bank accounts, of course, not enough to compensate for the massive price hikes we see today. The result is a whole generation locked out of the entire system and exploited for what little money they do have. It's a big reason why so many people are forced to just stay at home, well into their 20s and not for much longer. Without rich friends to house share with, or very rich parents that can subsidize deposits, there isn't any other choice. In the UK over the past decade, over 600...
I'm gonna kill this guy. I'm not gonna let him just get away.
20,000 more young people are living with their parents compared to 10 years ago. It's not just a problem caused by the housing crisis, though obviously it does carry a lot of the blame. The pandemic wrecked so many people's social lives and confidence that it's keeping people at home years after. It also put the brakes on tons of people's plans, throwing a wrench into any hopes they might have had of moving out. Men have been more affected than women, making up 2/3 of the young adults still at home. Often a comparison is drawn between other cultures, where children often stay at home for years after graduating or entering the workforce. But this can't be a reason to say the situation isn't a disaster on a societal scale. It should be a choice that people can make, not something they're forced into. Then there are those people who aren't lucky enough to even have the option. They're stuck in a world of private rentals, housing shares with strangers, and exorbitant rents. Nobody can truly and accurately predict the long-term future of the housing market. But what you can do is look at the historical precedents of these kinds of situations. When millions of young people get shut out from success, it undermines their reason for participating in society. If you know that hard work won't pay off, what's the point? Historically, a large population of young men and women completely disenfranchised isn't a predictor for success. They can only take so much before they either give up or look for a different, revolutionary way to make a good life for themselves. We're already seeing the first of these things happening all the time, and it won't be long before we see the second.
It's the things we love most that destroy us. It's the things we love, that destroy us.
The Hunger Games, rated PG-13. For a little savings, Specialist Miller buys in bulk. For a lot of savings, she bundles her home and auto insurance with USAA. Putting more money back in her pocket? That's what we're made for. Call for a quote.
Ethan and Hassan, Leftover show. Oh, yeah.
Ethan is ending Leftovers. Now is your chance. Is that true? I don't think that's true. I feel like I would have heard about it. He's considering a hiatus for Leftovers.
Conflict anymore. But yeah, I don't want to talk about this whole conflict anymore, really, at all, ever. And I'm frankly also thinking about putting something that I need to discuss with Hassan, but...
Dude, holy shit. Hassan fans are really taking over the Leftovers, man. Wasn't Vivek Ramaswamy supposed to come on this week's episode? And another potential guest Dan was very excited about in the works. This was not planned at all, and it was definitely a cop-out on Ethan's part. They'd ship him for multiple episodes, but he can't handle being outside his echo chamber anymore. Damn, man. I don't agree with everything Ethan Klein says, but I really feel like it's uncharitable to characterize this behavior as not handling being outside his echo chamber. Like, Ethan Klein puts himself in conflict with other people really often. Hassan's fans can be pretty toxic. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I genuinely think that we have one of the least toxic communities in the entire online left. I think it's like, for one, I'm great, and I cultivate good behavior in you guys. And for two, I feel like the perception that we're like this horrible, abusive, harassing community or whatever has kind of preconditioned people in my community to like rein it in a little bit. Hassan makes us out to be demons. That's because Hassan thinks that me and Destiny are the same person, and Destiny's community is psychotic. So when Hassan thinks like, oh, this streamer has beef with me, therefore their community is like this demon cloud that follows them or whatever, he like transposes that. It's all debate bro to him. He says debate bro. He means like debate bro, just like two people shimmering, you know, Destiny and myself. Honestly, considering the fact that we've almost exclusively negatively covered Hassan at this point, and the thing is, it's like the direct.
I mean, yeah, Hassan's a piece of shit, but also so is Vosh. I honestly do like Vosh a little bit more than I like Hassan, though, because Hassan just seems fake as fuck, to where at least Vosh just seems like a real douchey, like nerdy commie.
Direction, the energy you put in, man. Like, congratulations, you're good in domestic policy. Great. Like, I can get this from a Twitter account, okay? Why are you defending China? What? Like, why? Not defending China. Why are you like unironically doing campus shit? Like, is this the 1960s? Like what are we doing? Hey, Vosh, unironic 50-month Hassan sub. Damn. Most of the community is very cool. I've had great interactions in Discord, but just like the rest of the online left, there's this very loud, very cringe subsection that will ruin any chance of coalition building. Nah, look, okay. Every lefty community, online or otherwise, has issues with coalition building. The problem is that, like, this was from the start, right? Like, Hassan had and gave a lot of power to a mod team that hated me and just auto bans people for mentioning me positively. This has been going on for years. This was going on even back when Hassan and I had no negative interpersonal interactions. So if you ban everybody who speaks of me positively from the chat and from the Discord, like, obviously, like, that isn't just incidental, oh, online left coalition building issues. That's like deliberate, cultivated antagonism, which is really weird, you know? Yeah, his mods are deranged tankies, because exactly the same with subreddits, you know? The vast majority of people who consider themselves part of the online left are not tankies, but tankies are the ones who are big enough losers to pursue like mod positions everywhere. So they cultivate Bros, I don't know if it was a shit. It probably was, but I don't really know. But like with my complaints about the Vosh V subreddit, I got multiple emails from people being like, "Hey, you know, I know that we have our difference or whatever. You would call us tankies, but like we manage a bunch of like lefty subs, and you know, like this is the only way to keep a lefty sub in line or whatever. It's like, you know, we know how to do this or whatever. It's like 99% chance it wasn't real, but I feel like they were actually trying to make a grab. Maybe 1% chance one of them was trying to make a grab. Remember how Hassan's fans were?
One sec. I want to see the beginning. What?
Ethan is ending Leftovers. Now is your chance. Is that true? I don't think that's true. I feel like I would have heard about it. He's considering a hiatus for Leftovers.
Conflict anymore. But yeah, I don't want to talk about this whole conflict anymore, really, at all, ever. And I'm frankly also thinking about putting something that I need to discuss with Hassan, but.
Dude, holy shit. Hassan fans are really taking over the Leftovers, man. Wasn't Vivek Ramaswamy supposed to come on this week's episode? And another potential guest, Dan, was very excited about in the works. This was not planned at all, and it was definitely a cop-out on Ethan's part. They had ship him for multiple episodes, but he can't handle being outside his echo chamber anymore. Damn, man. I don't agree with everything Ethan Klein says, but I really feel like it's uncharitable to characterize this behavior as not handling being outside his echo chamber. Like, Ethan Klein puts himself in conflict with other people really often. Hassan's fans can be pretty toxic. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I genuinely think that we have one of the least toxic communities in the entire online left. I think it's like, for one, I'm great, and I cultivate good behavior in you guys. And for two, I feel like the perception that we're like this horrible, abusive, harassing community or whatever has kind of preconditioned people in my community to like rein it in a little bit. Hassan makes us out to be demons. That's because Hassan thinks that me and Destiny are the same person, and Destiny's community is psychotic. So when Hassan thinks like, oh, this streamer has beef with me, therefore their community is like this demon cloud that follows them or whatever, he like transposes that. It's all debate bro to him. He says debate bro. He means like debate bro, just like two people shimmering. You know, Destiny and myself. Honestly, considering the fact that we've almost exclusively negatively covered Hassan at this point, and the thing is, it's like the direction and the energy you put in, man. Like, congratulations, you're good in domestic policy, great. Like, I can get this from a Twitter account, okay? Why are you defending China? What, like, why? Not defending China. Why are you like unironically doing campus shit? Like, is this the 1960s? Like what are we doing?
I wish I could skip that ad.
Now's the time to rake in the savings during the fall upgrade program at Dave Smith Motors.
Me and Hassan talked about it. We're friends first and foremost above everything. And there's literally no reason to be mad at Hassan. I'm not mad at Hassan. I love him. He's a great guy. Honestly, as a friend and as a person, he is a terrific dude. What's up, everybody?
Ooh,
I've got an interesting story to share with you guys here. Does anybody, let's do a poll if we could, just to start it off. Let's see, start a poll. How long should I talk today about Israel and Gaza? Should I talk about it for 10 minutes, 30 minutes? Or we cannot talk about it today or ever again with peace and love. All right, you guys get your, oh shit, is it too many characters? Oh damn, you're not talking about today or ever with peace and love. Perfect. All right, guys, go ahead and get your votes in here, and I'll abide by, what the fuck? God damn it, up in this document. That doesn't matter. It's just little notes that Love can send me for the show. All right, let's take a look. Interestingly, I gotta say, 20% for 10 minutes is kind of shocking, you know? Like, what? 55%, and then people said an hour. 15% said, let's just fucking do the whole damn thing again. I gotta say, you guys are surprising me right now. Wow. Well, I'm not gonna talk about it today, or ever again, with peace and love. Is there any beef with Hassan? Hassan, of course not. Me and Hassan talked about it. We're friends first and foremost above everything. He is compassionate, he understands, he's being supportive, and there's literally no reason to be mad at Hassan. I'm not mad at Hassan. I love him. He's a great guy. Honestly, as a friend and as a person, he is a terrific dude. It will definitely not affect our friendship. And in fact, I think there's a pretty good likelihood that we might come back in a little bit for the election and all that kind of stuff. You know, Ethan, no one wants to take your phone if you do it during Leftovers. Just saying. I wish that were true, but it's not. It's just the things that I'm not, and again, maybe I'm casting too broad of a brush when I talk about like the reception and stuff, but there is a lot of people that take I don't really even know what I did other than like try to talk about how horrible Hamas is, but that enough turns people into just the meanest I've ever seen them. And it's just not worth it for me and my family. There's a million people everywhere talking about it, so I don't feel that I need to add my voice to it right now. Vivek, we told Vivek to fuck off. We told him to get lost, bro. We're like, we don't care.
What?
We don't care.
Why?
He is pulling very low though. He kind of missed his moment. Leftovers the best form for the conversation.
I wonder how
but I'm over it. I don't want to talk about it anymore. You know what I mean?
Vivek Ramaswamy poll. Seemed like he went. There's more people who say that he's unfavorable, but He seems like he's doing fine. I guess that ended at October 1st. See this. $5% in the let's see, just like presidential debate. I mean presidential. Presidential candidate poll. Oh yeah, he is. He is got lower than what he was before. Huh. DeSantis is at 15. Oh, that's too bad.
Like, it's not worth it for me. You see my face? My fucking dog died. A lot to deal with. Got a pregnant wife. I got 2 boys that have this much energy. Should replace leftovers with 2 Alfredo things. That would be nice. Immediately Bobby Lee win. It's, well, okay, so it's slated to happen in December sometime. It's really up to Jimmy if he thinks that going on Bobby Lee's podcast is worth his time or not. Yeah, but I think there's a good shot that we might come back for the in a little while. I just need some tack yesterday. I was like, geez, dude. I even think I can like go outside, like looking like, buddy, it's Monday. People would be afraid to be near me. They think I have leprosy or something. But I've been putting my new cream on it. I think this lighting makes it look better than it is, and that lighting makes it look worse than it is. Here, I'll do the same thing. I'll take a picture of my eyes, and then you guys can diagnose me. Let's see. They're all lubed up right now. Let's see here. Yeah, I guess it doesn't look as bad. It looks a little better, you know? Here. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it doesn't look that bad in the photo, to be honest. It's been itchy, though. It started itching, man. Anyway, Ethan's leftovers done for good. I wouldn't say it's done for good. All I said is that it's, you know, I would like to take a pause from it. That's all. And I understand a lot of people are disappointed by that. You know, it'd been going for a while, and I felt like we were hitting a good groove. But at one hand, people are saying, Ethan, you know, someone take Ethan's phone. And so here, this is me relinquishing my phone. I'm saying I'm taking a break with peace and love. Right. My fear with the show is just basically that, for the time being, is that there's going to be a lot of more episodes that are going to make people really angry, and it's going to be really upsetting. Wilfredo and Kaya dog walking episode with Hassan. That would be fun. I put my 13-year-old dog in favor. I still miss her every day, but I know she's always with me, and she'll always be with you. What are your thoughts on Paris Hilton's baby's head? Oh, you want to add baby's head analysis?
So
I can do that for you. Should I finish this? Kick.
I don't feel like watching that anymore.
Ethan is ending leftovers. Now is your chance. Is that true? I don't think that's true. I feel like I would have.
Shadow banking. Let's watch a video about shadow banking.
Hi, my name is Paddy Hirsch. I'm a senior editor at Marketplace, and today I want to talk about shadow banking. Is it something that involves ninjas? No. But it is something that's concerning the government because the Treasury has put together a plan called the Term Asset-Backed Securities Lending Facility. Actually, it's been around for a little while, but it's really starting to attract some attention now. And that plan is designed to kind of bail out the shadow banking system. So what is the shadow banking system, and why is it so important? So it acts in parallel to the banking system itself, the banking system proper as we understand it. So how does it work? Well, let's use an example. Here's our friend Bruce. Okay, and Bruce wants to go out and, like many good Americans, wants to go out and he wants to buy a home. Okay, so the first place that he goes to get the money to buy the home is down the street to his local bank. So here's our bank. There it is. And at the bank, people are very nice there, and they say, "Oh, okay, Bruce, you're a good man, and you've got a good credit rating. We can give you a loan at say 10%. Okay, so here's his rate at 10%." But Bruce thinks, oh, you know, I'll shop around a little bit, see if I can get a better rate than that. And because there are various places that he can go. And he can look in what's called the shadow banking market. Now, we've all heard about these companies that provide loans to homeowners that aren't actually banks. These people, and it's not just home loans we're talking about. We're talking about credit cards and car loans and all the rest of it, student loans. They're not banks that provide these. They're part of the shadow banking system. So Bruce goes to his, and let's call this company Nationwide. Okay, so he goes to Nationwide, and the Nationwide system, okay, we'll make you a loan at say 9%. Okay. So here we have the shadow banking system, and here we have the banking system. And what difference does it make to Bruce? Well, at this point, not that much. Bruce is really just interested in the interest rate. You know, whichever one he chooses, he's going to be getting the same amount of money, although obviously the variance in interest rates. So he's going to be looking for the best rates, but essentially his relationship is going to be the same. He's borrowing money, he has to pay it back with interest over a period of time. So why are we so worried about the shadow banking system? Well, the best thing to do is to have a look at the nature of these two systems, and then we can see where the dangers are and where the concerns lie. So a bank does business the traditional way. People save money at the bank, so money goes into the bank, and that money that goes in, those deposits, the bank pays a certain amount of interest on, say 2%. Okay, then it takes the money and it lends it at 10% to people like Bruce. Okay, and the interest or the spread that's made in between, this 8% that's made in between, that is the bank's profit. Okay, which the bank does whatever it does with that money. Okay, very very basic. What about the shadow banking system? slightly different. People are investing money and people are borrowing money via these people like our company Nationwide, but in a slightly different way, okay? Whereas in the banking system, Bruce's loan generally is kept on the books of the bank, okay? That doesn't happen with the shadow banking system. What happens is many people like Bruce, say there's 100 people like Bruce who've borrowed from Nationwide, so there's 100 times Bruce, okay? Lots of these mortgages that they've now got on their books here that Nationwide has put together. What Nationwide does is it securitizes these, okay? It bundles them up, you've heard of that term, and it securitizes them, it turns them into bonds, okay? So say we have our AAA bonds, and AAAs, triple Bs, double Bs. Then it goes out to pension funds and other types of investors, hedge funds, all the rest of it. So our funds out here, our investors, oops. It goes out and it says, hey, you guys, you invest money in these. And that's how the money comes into Nationwide. So the funds go, okay, well, we'll take AAAs at, say, 2%, AAs at 3%, triple Bs at 4%, double Bs at 5%. Okay, so these are the interest rates based on the risk in this securitization instrument. So this is the securitization process. And I've done several whiteboards on this, which you can check out on the page. So essentially, this is the way the money flows in. The money flows in via these bonds here from the investors, and then it flows out to borrowers like Bruce. Okay, so obviously a different system. But what's the fundamental difference here, aside from that difference that I just pointed out in terms of the way the money is invested? Well, one of the really big differences is in the government involvement. Okay, now banks have been around for a long, long time. Okay, and in fact, well, since time ad infinitum. But over the years in America, the government's gotten worried about the banks because we've had various sort of crashes and the rest, and so they put in a system of regulation. Okay, so we could call this regulation. I guess you could call it a safety net. Okay, so there's a nice big safety net sitting underneath the banking system, and the banks have to accord to it in order to make sure that they're safe. And there are things like capital adequacy, which means that you have to hold a certain amount of money on your balance sheet, depending on how many loans you have. And what that does is it makes sure that you're liquid in the event of a disaster. And there are other kind of checks and balances that are put into a bank's business is in the government involvement. Okay, now banks have been around for a long, long time. Okay, and in fact, well, since time ad infinitum. But over the years in America, the government's gotten worried about the banks because we've had various sort of crashes and the rest, and so they put in a system of regulation. Okay, so we could call this regulation. I guess you could call it a safety net. Okay, so there's a nice big safety net sitting underneath the banking system, and the banks have to accord to it in order to make sure that they're safe. And there are things like capital adequacy, which means that you have to hold a certain amount of money on your balance sheet, depending on how many loans you have. And what that does is it makes sure that you're liquid in the event of a disaster. And there are other kind of checks and balances that are put into a bank's business that act as a safety net. So if things go wrong with the bank, then you're caught and you're safe. I've had a lot of problems with the banks in the past this way. But what about on the shadow banking side? Well, no regulation, or at least very little regulation. So not much of a safety net there, not much of a safety net at all. So why is this such a problem? Well, the reason it's such a problem is that the banking system, over the years, as the economy has gathered pace and more people want to borrow money to do whatever they want to do, whether it be to go to school or buy cars or buy houses or whatever it may be, the banking system hasn't had the capacity to be able to cope with that demand. Okay, and what has happened is that as the sun has set, if you like, on the banking industry over the last few years, the shadow, okay, that the bank has cast, because securitization's been around for a while, but the shadow that the bank has cast has become a lot larger. Okay, now the shadow is awfully large. Okay. And in fact, according to some measurements, the shadow is as large as 60% of the business of banking.
Oh.
Okay, so banks
That's
lend
fucking
around
crazy.
40% of the money in the economy, or did before the credit crisis hit. The shadow banks, the shadow banking system, was responsible for 60% of the loans. So now you're starting to see the scale of the problem. All right, companies like Nationwide, these shadow banking companies, have been responsible for so much lending that they've become a key part of the economy. In fact, in many ways, you might say the linchpin of the economy. So if they go down badly, then suddenly you've erased a large proportion of your ability to lend to people, and therefore people's ability to buy things, and therefore stimulate the economy, because there is no safety net. The shadow banking system just goes straight through in craters there on the ground. The reason that's happened is because people have looked at these notes, these bonds that they're spun off from these securitized instruments, and they've said, this is toxic waste. We can't find a way to price this stuff. We don't want to buy it. We don't want to touch it. So if nobody wants to buy any of these bonds, and there's no more of these new securitization vehicles being created, then suddenly 60% of your lending business is gone. So now you can see why the government's getting worried, because its plan is to get the economy moving again, but people need to be able to borrow in order to do that buying. So what's this TALF thing, this Term Asset-Backed Securities Lending Facility, supposed to do? Well, the government's talking about getting people involved to buy these bonds. It wants to almost artificially create a market for these bonds, get people buying them again, get people interested in buying these bonds again, and thereby rejuvenate the market, get this shadow banking market moving again. It probably won't be as large as 60%. Who knows? It may only be sort of 20% of the market, but they need to get it moving again because they need to get people like Bruce back in the stores, back on the lots, back into school, borrowing and stimulating the economy, keeping people employed. That's what the government's plan is. That's why the shadow banking system is essential to the government's plan, and why the Term Asset-Backed Securities Lending Facility is so important. Because if the shadow banking system doesn't exist and we can't keep the economy moving, it's going to leave everybody, so the government thinks, very badly, eating a drink.
Banks, the house of cards who are running the world economy, the backbone of the financial system. We all know how powerful banks are. But shadow banks? What are shadow banks? What is their job, and how big they are? Shadow banking is an industry that is bigger than the world economy. By some estimations, it goes up to 100 trillion US dollars. Not a billion, trillion with a T. Shadow banks are big, powerful, and risky. They can drive the world's economy into crises, and they are everywhere. So, let's explain what is hiding behind the term shadow banks. Who are the world's biggest shadow banks, and how powerful and risky they are. To understand shadow banks, you must first clarify how they are different from regular banks. When people say bank, they often mean the commercial bank. Commercial banks hold money from population and companies, and they lend it for interest. Commercial banks take deposits, and they are heavily regulated by central banks or governments, depending on the country's law. On the other hand, shadow banks are entities that are doing bank-like activities, but don't take deposits. So, they are not under the heavy regulations of governments. Under shadow banking are asset management firms, investment banks, hedge funds, issuers, money market funds, even some commercial banks, but more on that later. Under shadow banking are also pawn shops, loan shark operations, peer-to-peer lending between individuals and businesses. And they don't even stop there. Some art dealers can be considered to be shadow banks. Sotheby's, for example, who loan money with interest to clients for buying masterpieces, and banks, the house of cards who are running the world economy, the backbone of the financial system. We all know how powerful banks are. But shadow banks? What are shadow banks? What is their job, and how big they are? Shadow banking is an industry that is bigger than the world economy. By some estimations, it goes up to 100 trillion US dollars. Not a billion, trillion with a T. Shadow banks are big, powerful, and risky. They can drive the world's economy into crises, and they are everywhere. So, let's explain what is hiding behind the term shadow banks. Who are the world's biggest shadow banks, and how powerful and risky they are. To understand shadow banks, you must first clarify how they are different from regular banks. When people say bank, they often mean the commercial bank. Commercial banks hold money from population and companies, and they lend it for interest. Commercial banks take deposits, and they are heavily regulated by central banks or governments, depending on the country's law. On the other hand, shadow banks are entities that are doing bank-like activities, but don't take deposits. So, they are not under the heavy regulations of governments. Under shadow banking are asset management firms, investment banks, hedge funds, issuers, money market funds, even some commercial banks, but more on that later. Under shadow banking are also pawn shops, loan shark operations, peer-to-peer lending between individuals and businesses. And they don't even stop there. Some art dealers can be considered to be shadow banks. Sotheby's, for example, who loan money with interest to clients for buying masterpieces and making a lot of money from it. So, to be clear, even if shadow banking sounds sketchy to you, there is nothing illegal about shadow banking. It's the ultimate loophole of the financial system. Some people find the phrase shadow banking offensive, and they prefer to call themselves market-based finance. The phrase shadow banking was first introduced by Paul McCulley at the annual meeting of the FED in 2007. So what do shadow banks do, and why are they so different from commercial banks? Commercial banks, when they lend you money, they look at how creditworthy you are. Because they have heavy regulations by central banks guarantee for commercial banks. On the other hand, shadow banks don't collect deposits, and they are not under regulation by central banks, and because of that, they can go into much riskier credits. They are not backed up by the government in case of disaster, so there is a risk of a domino effect. But if they are so much riskier, how do shadow banks manage to attract money for lending? In the US, it all started with a securitization of the loans. Securitization is a fancy term when lenders or banks sell the loans to shadow banks or anyone else. So shadow banks take many different loans and group them together to create one loan. These group loans were called CDOs, or collateralized debt obligations. The CDOs contained loans like mortgages, car loans, student loans, etc. Then, shadow banks sell pieces of CDOs to investors. And when people start to repay these loans, they are paid directly to investors, not the banks or shadow banks. This was the key to triggering the 2008 financial crisis. In 2008, the biggest problem was the credit rating and insurance of these loans. So if you collect deposits and issue credits, you are a bank and you are under heavy regulation. But if you're selling CDOs, you don't even need to be a bank. You can be just a regular company without regulations, so it's even worse. Meet BlackRock, the biggest and probably most powerful company in the world. It has $9.49 trillion in assets under management, and all this is done in just 33 years. To put that into perspective, $9.49 trillion is about 40% of the United States GDP. Before the pandemic, in September 2019, BlackRock had $6.92 trillion in assets under management. They managed to increase their assets by $2.57 trillion in just 2 years when the whole world was upside down. This is a 37% gain of capital in 2 years. They made $2.4 billion just with GameStop. When you start to read the BlackRock investment portfolio, you can't tell the difference between Fortune 500 list, and they don't end up just in US-based companies. No. Europe is also heavily dominated by BlackRock. BlackRock is a company that holds 6% of Siemens shares. Almost the same amount is held by the Siemens family. Actually, there's not any company on the German stock exchange where BlackRock doesn't have shares. And when the 2008 crisis happened, who got called to clean the toxic assets? BlackRock, of course. And did BlackRock have shares in these companies with a toxic asset? Absolutely. But apparently, that was not the problem. Vanguard, a company that holds $7 trillion assets under management. It's the second largest, right after BlackRock, and it is a company that makes index funds popular. It was founded in 1974 by John C. Bogle, who passed away in 2019 at the age of 89. The index funds were introduced in 1975. Before 1975, Wall Street didn't like the idea of index funds. Index funds were taking slow at the beginning, but after inflation in the 1980s, the priority was changed. Investors started to choose sustainable growth rather than more profitable and more risky investments. And this was something that Vanguard needs. So with this, just average growth, Vanguard manages to put $7
I
trillion.
wanted to watch this video. This video seemed funny. We gotta slow it
Corporate
down because
sustainability initiatives are increasing
it's
each year.
comedic video.
But sustainability can't move forward without technology. The 2023 State of Corporate Sustainability Report, a free online report conducted by Atrius and Smart Energy Decisions, surveys over 300 industry professionals from multiple sectors,
aimed at providing a bird's-eye view of corporate sustainability and the energy management landscape.
While past reports have pointed at cutting cost as the #1 driver within corporate energy programs, this year's research paints a different picture. Now, more than ever before, there's a shared sense of responsibility. Focused on ensuring that our commercial
If every race was in a video game, what would their stats be? Let's start out with the blacks. HP, low. Turns out not having great access to healthcare means you don't live as long. Buffs, Johnson size. Debuffs, credit score, and fat white women. Strength, I'm gonna say pretty high. Speed, high, but not high enough to escape their masters, apparently. Resistance, awkwardness. Black people are just born with a certain level of swag and have maxed out their support levels. IQ, low. And don't blame me, you're the one skipping school. Sure, you come from a single-parent household with a father in prison and teachers who don't want to put in the effort, but not getting good grades is still your fault. Oh, well, I'm smart. Okay, here's a math problem. You have $250. The stock market goes up an average of 7.5% a year. How much money do you have at the end of the year? The answer is nothing, because you spent it on a new pair of Jordans. Endurance? Incredible. I mean, they literally built America. Luck? Terrible. To go from slavery to segregation to finally getting your own Band-Aid color is pretty unlucky. Stealth? Depends. In daytime, it's terrible, but nighttime, it's max. The only thing you'll see is floating Sauron eyes with an occasional puff from a Newport. Special ability? Better at all sports. Have you seen the top 20 basketball players? It's black eye, black eye, black eye, black eye, black eye, black eye, random outlier. Black eye, black eye, black eye. Next up, Asians. HP, massive. In the United States, they have the highest life expectancy. Probably because dying isn't nearly as bad as bringing your family shame. Debuffs? Sorry, Asians. God did you dirty in the Johnson department. Buffs? Luckily to balance it out, he made every Asian child size. Strength, in relation to body weight, high. Compared to any black person, low. Speed, average. Unless it's a hot dog eating contest. Then they're an expert in farming. Resistance, proud parents. IQ, Asians are close to maxing out their IQ. I guess having your teacher beat you with a rod, then having your parents beat you with the same rod, is a good way to increase work ethic. Happiness might exist if they had Christmas. You know why Asian kids don't believe in Santa? Because they're the ones making the toys! Endurance, very high. Working in a sweatshop is hard. And I should know because I've walked a mile in their shoes. Luck, average. Which isn't surprising, considering most of them are bots. Special ability, invisibility. I don't even know why ninjas wear masks when you can just back up 10 feet into a crowd and completely disappear. Next up, white.
I don't really like that video. That was boring. I thought it was gonna be better.
Well, everybody, we are once again talking about the bearded menace of a
violator of his own children's consent all the time, as he said, menace that is Matt Walsh. You see, Matt Walsh really went mega viral after he put out this big documentary movie called What is a Woman? And the idea behind this documentary was basically to go around the world asking people the question, what is a woman? And the idea was they would all give, like, very similar answers of, like, a woman is someone who has a vagina. So, you know, like, very basic, like, you know, elementary school classroom answers, right? Like, he even went to, like, African tribes and to ask them and whatnot. Now, here's the thing, though. We actually all knew this movie was coming because a bunch of trans people had come forward before the movie's release and before it was even announced, talking about how they've been reached out to by a shady organization claiming to be a pro-trans documentarian agency.
Huh? So they claimed that they were a pro-trans agency? That's just funny.
That was trying to get an appearance in an interview from them to talk about being trans. But upon doing further research, they were able to find out that it was Matt Walsh's institution doing it, and they were having some woman secretary reach out and trying to hide that this was Matt Walsh and that Matt Walsh had anything to do with it. So this got outed prior, and I covered this back in the day. And since then, many more of the trans people that were in that movie have come forward about how they were lied to get into that movie and how they were misedited and misrepresented by the movie. And, you know, I'm going to read an article by Rolling Stone about it right now, just a bit of it. But Matt Walsh is doing it once again, and I'm going to get into that in just a moment. 3 people in Matt Walsh's anti-trans film say they were tricked. 3 people who were interviewed in the anti-trans film What is a Woman say the filmmakers used deceptive recruiting tactics that contradicted the documentary's promise to be a fearless examination of the modern gender debate. The participants told NBC News that they felt they'd been tricked by producers who hid behind the facade of flattering and vague language. Dr. Marcy Bowers, a California surgeon whose patients include trans women, provided the outlet with what she referred to as a completely deceptive email from a producer. According to a copy provided to NBC News, the email poses the doc as a film about transgender people and the challenges they face in today's culture. The film, which was released in 2022 and is narrated by right-wing troll Matt Walsh, premiered on Daily Wire's website and received little attention at the time, despite buying ads on major social media platforms like TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. In June, the doc went viral, and Twitter owner and billionaire Elon Musk promoted the video on his own account, resulting in 2 high-level departures from the social media company within 24 hours. Under Musk's supervision, Twitter previously removed a policy against targeted misgendering or deadnaming transgender people.
Did it call him a Twitter troll?
Dr. Marcy Bowers, a California surgeon whose patients include trans women,
When he's
provided
the
the
owner
outlet
of
with
Twitter,
what she referred
that's
to as a
just
completely
funny.
deceptive email from a producer. According to a copy provided to NBC News, the email poses the doc as a film about transgender people and the challenges they face in today's culture. The film, which was released in 2022 and is narrated by right-wing troll Matt Walsh, premiered on Daily Wire's website and received little attention at the time, despite buying ads on major social media platforms like TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. In June, the doc went viral, and Twitter owner and billionaire Elon Musk promoted the video on his own account, resulting in 2 high-level departures from the social media company within 24 hours. Under Musk's supervision, Twitter had previously removed a policy against targeted misgendering or deadnaming of transgender people. Nia Okami, a trans woman who would not have agreed to appearing in the film if Walsh's team had been transparent about their perspective, Okami had felt the Daily Wire founder had used her to capture gotcha footage for the film. It was complete fraud, in my opinion, she said. He wanted to use me to make us look ridiculous, to make us look sensational. Dr. Michelle Forcier, a professor in pediatrics at Brown University, said that Walsh's staff had pitched what seemed to be a genuine interest in the science behind puberty blockers. I said, sure, learning about puberty blockers is really important, and I'm always trying to be available to talk about the science and help people understand, she said. However, a few minutes into the interview, Walsh compared puberty blockers to chemical castration and said gender dysphoria was similar to believing in Santa Claus. Dr. Forcier cut the interview short, saying he was getting frustrated because I just wouldn't say some of the things he wanted me to say, he said. In February 2022, trans activist Eli Ehrlich exposed how the Daily Wire used deceptive tactics to attempt to recruit trans people, including her, into participating in What is a Woman. Walsh's production team used pseudonyms and had created a shield organization titled the Gender Unity Project that masked the project's association with the right-wing website. Ehrlich previously told Rolling Stone that anti-trans influencer Robbie Starbuck had recently tried to recruit her for another doc-style video titled It Takes a Village. A person named Morgan Kay reached out to me, Ehrlich said. I'm still dealing with backlash from exposing Matt Walsh, and so I'm pretty skeptical about documentaries, but that won't even tell me who the producer is. Emails provided to Rolling Stone by Ehrlich showed a request from a woman named Morgan Kelly, who, quote-unquote, we want to present the real story of the battles trans youth face and the activism surrounding it. We also touch on the drag issue and how schools are adapting to demands for more inclusion, Kelly wrote in an email. While Dr. Bowers said that she doesn't necessarily regret the interview with Walsh, she emphasized the lack of education increases misunderstanding of the trans community. Quote, he edited it in a way that wasn't fair, so it doesn't leave people with any sort of knowledge or education, she told NBC News. It just heightens their fears of trans people, to his and his viewers' loss. So this has been a pattern for Matt Walsh for a while. This is by no means anything new, right? Like, Matt Walsh has been doing this for quite some time, but he is back on it. And a few tweets have come out talking about Matt Walsh's newest grifty troll that he's doing, and this is at schools. Let's take a look. Matt Walsh is speaking at my school, and they're advertising him as an LGBTQIA+ author. Presumably, this is to attract queer students to the event that they can record and make fun of. Disgusting. That is the goal. It's to attract LGBT kids to the event that they can record for a video. Here is a post they've made. On the official school's website, UK-UAF, free event on October 17th. You won't want to miss it. Come here from LGBTQIA+ author and independent filmmaker Matt Walsh and ask him your questions. Link in bio. And here's the very shoddily put together banner they made. Come here from LGBTQIA+ author Matt Walsh for free. A reading of Johnny the Walrus, his children's book he made, his anti-trans children's book, with some random pride things and a QR code, which I'll let you guys scan and find out what that brings you to. Here's another post that they've made. UK UAF presents Matt Walsh, What is a Woman? So I guess they'll be doing a free event screening of it as well. That's like the second page of it. So Matt Walsh is literally a troll. There's a reason why all mainstream media refers to him as a troll, because he is literally a troll who has nothing but a history of just being an online shitposter, who has lucked out into political relevance because trans hatred has become so prominent in the culture war right now, because so many, particularly dudes, are so scared of the possibility of, like, a woman they have sex with being a trans woman.
I don't think that that's that's really what it is. That's just a stupid and thing to say.
Out of it boils down to,
Obviously,
for the most
people
part.
fucking.
However, I think it's really good to go over Matt
have a
Walsh's history
problem
as
with
well,
this
because his
because
history in
it's
trolling goes back pretty
degenerating
far.
our
Let's look at some
society.
of Matt Walsh's trolling from back in the day. Here is a video of Matt Walsh, and you can hear his voice. It's very distinct if you know his voice. Hosting Nazi diaper fights. We've got this amazing still image here of the guy with the swastika tattoo on his back. This is Matt Walsh hosting and judging a grown man Nazi diaper fight. Behold the master race.
You got a chance
What?
to go see Kicks. Yeah.
This just sounds funny.
If you can beat the intern, what's the comfort level of the diaper? 10.5. This is nice, isn't it? It's pretty comfort. So
Diaper fights. We've got this ability of, like, a woman they have sex with being a trans woman. That's really what a lot of it boils down to for the most part. However, I think it's really good to go over Matt Walsh's history as well, because his history in trolling goes back pretty far. Let's look at some of Matt Walsh's trolling from back in the day. Here is a video of Matt Walsh, and you can hear his voice. It's very distinct if you know his voice. Hosting Nazi diaper fights. We've got this amazing still image here of the guy with the swastika tattoo on his back. This is Matt Walsh hosting and judging a grown man Nazi diaper fight. Behold the master race.
Tater, you got a chance to go see Kicks. Yeah. If you can beat the intern, what's the comfort level of the diaper? 10.5. This is nice, isn't it? It's pretty comfort. So you guys are actually enjoying this?
When was this?
This is what Matt Walsh was doing.
Now look at those pale legs.
That's Matt Walsh on the right in the yellow shirt.
Let me tell you something, man. You are built like a rock, though.
I don't do shit.
Yeah, you are built like a. Oh my God! All right, let's get out here and do some wrestling. All right, let's do some wrestling.
I don't know why I had to get an extreme close-up of his nipple.
Let's get you guys over here. Now we have.
That's Matt Walsh in the yellow shirt.
And we have Tater. They're gonna be wrestling out here in the cold, in the mud, in diapers. And what's on the line now? If Tater wins by Tater submission, he wins tickets to go check out Kicks in Easton.
Is that what they named it? Nazi diaper fight?
Along with 9 other great bands. If Intern A wins, if he can somehow take down this giant behemoth, he will get the opportunity just to spray Crank with mace in the face.
This is not happening with the mace.
He just used to be a radio shock jock, basically. He's always just been kind of a sad, pathetic troll who can only get the type of content he's trying to get for his political narrative nowadays out of lying to people.
It's a good look. It's something that motivates him. So just beat him, and we'll figure out the mace thing. But just first thing is to beat him. So now, do they have to start in a wrestling position or what? How does this work?
I think they just go like two gladiators in the arena, man to man, bear to baby Huey.
I'm making you watch this.
No, because that'll require ripping at the diaper, and I don't want to see the diaper come off.
You push, just push. Okay, no, I think it's got to be Pinner.
Every human on Earth needs to know this is what Matt Walsh used to do, and this is where the Sweet Baby Gang thing comes from. For those of you guys that don't know, Matt Walsh sells children plushies. He sells these children's plushies.
Hundreds of submissions. 5 finalists. 3. This is the Daily Wire anthem. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the search for the Sweet Baby Gang anthem. I am your host, Michael Knowles. I am joined by my fellow Daily Wire hosts, Ben Shapiro.
Basically a cavalcade of demons, yeah. So this is basically where the diaper thing comes from for Matt Walsh, essentially. But yeah, there's a reason why mainstream media refers to Matt Walsh as a troll. He isn't someone that should be taken seriously, but sadly, due to the amount of influence he's lucked himself into, he is taken quite seriously. We've gotten to the point where internet trolls are quite significant voices within our politics nowadays, and that's just something that the left needs to know how to deal with. Internet trolls actually have a strong political pool now.
They've always had it. I guess.
Ken Ham, CEO of Answers in Genesis and creator of the world-only life-size biblical ark, except for the real one, of course, apparently watched my recent YouTube video detailing some of the reasons why I don't believe in God. Let's take a look.
Now we're going to a different clip, and this one by a person called Alex O'Connor.
We're sometimes told that God has morally sufficient reason to allow suffering to exist. Indeed, if God is good, then he must have such sufficient reason. Perhaps suffering is necessitated by human free will. Perhaps suffering helps to develop a person's moral character, or maybe it's necessary to achieve some other end that God wishes to bring about. But intuitively, there appear to be instances of suffering that cannot serve any such end.
Clip after clip after clip of people like this that I see talking about the death and suffering issue just don't get it. that this is not the world as God made it. This world is suffering from our sin. And God judged this. He's a holy God, and he judges with death. In fact, we don't even deserve to exist. I mean, we deserve nothing because we and Adam sinned against a holy God.
Is this not the world as God made it? Remember, Ken Ham believes that the story of Genesis is a literal account of actual historical events. Is God not responsible for creating the serpent that tempted Eve, causing sin to supposedly enter the world? That's not to absolve her of moral responsibility for violating God's commandment.
The reason why he created, the devil and the fruit of knowledge is because he knew that it would be better for being to have free will. So he gave them free will through that.
Not to eat of the tree, but think about it. Ken is responding here to the problem of evil and suffering by saying that the world is not as God made it. So surely he means one of two things. He might mean that the world as God created it contained no evil, or he may mean that it contained no suffering, that these things only pervade the world because of Adam and Eve's sin. Well, if the world as God made it contained no evil, then how did it contain within it an evil, deceptive serpent? It seems to me like evil did exist in the Garden of Eden before any man ever sinned. Indeed, it must have, because otherwise there would have been no evil to tempt Eve, and thus no fall. Perhaps then Ken means that before the fall there was no suffering. But this doesn't seem right either. We have an indication in Genesis that suffering did exist before the fall, since when Eve does sin, God punishes her, saying, "I will greatly multiply your pain in childbearing." The Hebrew word here is usually translated as multiply, meaning to increase, implying that childbirth was already a somewhat painful experience even before Eve sinned. So we can't explain the existence of suffering on account of man's sin either. Thus, in responding to the problem of evil and suffering by saying, remember, this is not the world as God made it, what can Ken Ham mean? It appears that the world as God did make it contained both evil and suffering before the fall of man. However, Ken has subtly changed the language here. I was talking in my speech about suffering. He's introduced the concept of death.
And God judged this. He's a holy God, and he judges with death.
Now, he may wish to say that it was death which entered the world through Adam's sin, and that's fine, but if that's what he means, then he's simply not responding to my arguments, since I never mentioned death. At best, this would allow him to explain why humans are mortal, but not why they suffer during their lives. That's not to mention, of course, the suffering of non-human animals. Plus, God warns Adam in Genesis by saying, "But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it, you shall die." In the day that you eat of it. Interesting, given that Adam is said in Genesis 5 to have lived for 930 years. Surely, then, death here can't mean literal death, or the same day can't mean literally the same day, otherwise Adam would have literally died the same day that he sinned. Well, that's easy. Maybe death here just means something like becoming mortal, or spiritual death, or something like that. Strange, though, for Ken Ham, if a talking snake just has to be literal, but death or the same day are not.
We don't even deserve to exist. I mean, we deserve nothing because we and Adam sinned against a holy God. But he allows us to exist. And really, when you look at this world that we live in, this fallen world, it's a reminder of how bad our sin is, how much we have rejected our Creator. He brought us into existence, and we rebelled against him.
So Ken Ham is implying here that the reason for death and suffering in the world, remember he's responding to the problem of evil, is because of man's sin, principally through Adam and Eve. The doctrine of original sin usually contains some idea that human beings today inherit a sinful state, something like a propensity towards sinning, from Adam and Eve, because they committed a first original sin. But how can sin have entered the world through sin? If before the fall humans didn't have a proneness to sin, then how can Eve, before the fall, have been so prone to sinning that she did so after a single conversation with the serpent? It seems like it wasn't Adam and Eve who bestowed upon humans a tendency to sin, but God himself, since that tendency was already there before the fall, and indeed was responsible for the fall.
All of this can be explained by that he wanted people to have free will. It's not...
And so, if not sin or a proneness towards sinning, what exactly was inaugurated by Adam and Eve's eating of the fruit? What is it that entered the world and was transmitted from them to us through this original sin? Suffering? Well, it's implied that that was already there. Evil? That was definitely already there in the serpent. Death? Well, perhaps, but then what has this got to do with the problem of suffering? Augustine thought that before the fall, Adam and Eve had the choice to sin or not to sin, but that after the fall, humans no longer have the option not to sin, and that it's this that was transmitted to us. But this suggestion makes it seem even more grotesque to me to be punished on account of sin, since we now have no choice but to do so. And there are further problems. Let's look again at the fall narrative. Genesis tells us that God commands Adam not to eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, for if he does so, then he will die. The serpent then comes to Eve and says, look, you will not die. God just knows that if you eat it, you'll be like him, knowing good and evil. Then Eve sees that the fruit of the tree looks nice and perfectly edible, and so she takes a bite, and then she gives some to Adam. Thus, sin enters the world, or something. Oftentimes, critics point out that it's unfair for us to be punished today for the sin of somebody else a long time ago. The response is usually something like, we're not guilty of Adam's specific sin, but guilty of our own sins only. We're judged for the sins that we commit. It's just that we inherited a sinful nature from Adam and Eve. This seems perfectly plausible. Indeed, in Ezekiel 18, we find the words, the one who sins is the one who will die. The child will not share the guilt of the parent, nor will the parent share the guilt of the child. But now consider what happens next in the Genesis narrative after the fruit is eaten. What is God's response? Well, he punishes the snake by forcing him and his descendants to crawl upon their belly and eat dust for all of their lives. He punishes Eve by making childbirth an extremely painful ordeal for her
and her descendants and subjugates her to her husband. He punishes Adam by forcing him and his descendants to laboriously toil for the rest of their existence in order to eat and live. Okay, so the reason why childbirth is painful for women today is because Eve committed a sin thousands of years ago. What does this mean? It means that we are being punished now for a sin that we did not commit. In other words, even if we don't inherit the guilt of our parents, we do seem to inherit the punishment for their crime. A final problem is this. Adam and Eve were told not to eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Presumably, this means that before doing so, they didn't have a knowledge of good and evil. They were in a state of innocence. Therefore, when the serpent came to tempt Eve, how could she have even possibly realized that any evil was at work? If she hadn't eaten of the tree yet, then her actions can't have been knowingly evil, since she didn't have a knowledge of good and evil yet. Thus, we're not only being punished for a sin that we didn't commit, we're being punished for one which the person who did commit it didn't do so knowing it was wrong and was deceived into committing. Imagine you were renting a flat.
What do you mean they didn't know that it was wrong? God told them that they would, that it was wrong for them to eat the fruit of knowledge. He told them not to.
A landlord, and the landlord decides to shut off your water supply and your heating and installs 1,000 locks, making it a torturous task just to open the front door. You ask him, "Why are you making me suffer like this?" And he responds, "Well, don't you know that your great-grandfather used to rent this very flat, and he once committed an abominable evil against me? I'm just administering the punishment." But it's worse still. Imagine if this so-called abominable crime was something like this. The landlord had told your grandfather once upon a time, "Don't flick that one switch over there on the wall. If you flick it, it's going to electrocute you and you'll die." And then your grandfather's electrician friend comes over and says, "Your landlord doesn't know what he's talking about. It's clearly not going to electrocute and kill you. I mean, the thing's made of plastic." And so your grandfather looks at the switch and decides to flick it. And guess what?
Obviously, you should listen to the person who you actually know and who is in control, who is what was I gonna say? A role model or a what the fuck? This is just stupid.
His electrician friend is right. He didn't die. I'm just administering the punishment. But it's worse still. Imagine if this so-called abominable crime was something like this.
He said you will eventually die. So he's meaning that after you eat that death will be a thing. He didn't say that immediately once you eat it that you will die.
The landlord had told your grandfather once upon a time, "Don't flick that one switch over there on the wall. If you flick it, it's going to electrocute you and you'll die." And then your grandfather's electrician friend comes over and says, "Your landlord doesn't know what he's talking about. It's clearly not going to electrocute and kill you. I mean, the thing's made of plastic." And so your grandfather looks at the switch and decides to flick it. And guess what? His electrician friend is right. He didn't die. Still, the landlord was so outraged that your grandfather flicked this switch that he's now punishing you, a descendant, for that crime, and saying that it's your own fault because, hey, it's your family that broke the rules. And the worst part is that the electrician friend is right. The landlord was actually lying to you, and you're still being punished. I mean, think about it. God says to Adam that if he eats the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, he will die that same day. The serpent says to Eve, "You're not going to die, you're just going to become..." Says to Adam that if he eats the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, he will die that same day.
Look at this. You might have a different interpretation of it. See, and here, he must have a weird... I've never heard of it. I've never heard it said that way. Never. Not once in my life. In mine, it says... In mine right here, it says... "But you must not eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, for when you eat from it, you will certainly die." It does not say that you will die that same day. I don't know what... I don't know what, not interpretation, but translation of this he's getting this from, but I have never heard it say that.
The serpent says to Eve, "You're not going to die, you're just going to become like God." And they both eat of the fruit. Do they die? No. Do they become like God, as the serpent said that they will? Well, let's ask God. God himself says at the end of the Genesis narrative, after they've eaten the fruit, the man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. So what, God was lying and the serpent was telling the truth? And we're now being punished because Adam and Eve took the right advice? And that's to say nothing of the snake. Even the
They didn't take the right advice. Are you a fucking idiot?
snakes of today, non-rational animals crawling around, are crawling as, what, a punishment for the sin of some ancestral snake? Are we supposed to also think that the problem of animal suffering, something that I cover in the speech that Ken is responding to, but gets no mention from him here, is somehow a result of even animals inheriting the punishments for the behaviors of their forebears? Now, of course, a great deal, almost all perhaps, of the problems that I'm raising here can be solved by, perhaps reading Genesis as an allegorical story rather than a literal account of world history in which toil and childbirth are literal punishments administered due to a literal person eating a literal fruit after a literal talking snake literally convinced her to. But that's not a live option for answers in Genesis.
God holds everything together, and he placed upon us the curse of death. And actually, it was a loving act. It was an act of judgment, but also a loving act because it's through death that he's able to bring us back to him by paying the penalty for our sin.
Oh, now we're really talking. God cursing us with death was actually a loving act because it allowed him to save us from that death via the sacrifice of Jesus. I think even most Christians would cringe at this interpretation. For God so loved the world that he created a problem in order that he might solve it. A literal fruit after a literal talking snake literally convinced her to. But that's not a live option for answers in Genesis.
God holds everything together, and he placed upon us the curse of death. And actually, it was a loving act. It was an act of judgment, but also a loving act because it's through death that he's able to bring us back to him by paying the penalty for our sin.
Oh, now we're really talking. God cursing us with death was actually a loving act because it allowed him to save us from that death via the...
Yeah. That is... What do you mean?
sacrifice of Jesus. I think even most Christians...
That is what... What? How is that not a living
would cringe
death?
at this interpretation. For God so loved the world...
I've heard that... I've heard about that forever. What the fuck?
That he created a problem in order that he might solve it. This would be like me tying up a damsel to a train track, just so that I can then come and save her from the approaching train. Oh, and I'm also the one driving the train. Well, maybe the punishment was needed, because without it, there would be nothing that Jesus could do to pay for our sins. Without some punishment for him to take on, we'd be trapped in our sin, unable to inherit eternal life. Well, maybe. But then at the end of Genesis 3, God says, "The man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat, and live forever." So the Lord God banished him from the Garden of Eden. So it seems like eternal life could have been achieved by simply eating from another tree. But God didn't want this, so he employs cherubim and a flaming sword to guard its fruits. Again, as a metaphor, this is a fascinating and thought-provoking narrative. As a literal account, why on earth would it be a better option to produce a human son to brutally sacrifice when eternal life could have been gained by simply eating another piece of fruit?
So they don't understand the gospel. They don't understand our sin, what it's done to this world. And so they really don't understand what's going on here. And they, again, look at God and blame God for everything.
The biggest problem for theism here is not, famously, the great, intense sufferings of the world, like holocausts or earthquakes, but rather menial, less significant suffering, like being caught out in the rain, or stubbing your toe, or tripping over a curb on the street.
So Alex O'Connor goes on and says, you know, there's something that's even more, in his opinion, more difficult to explain, and that is why we would stub our toe and hurt our toe and so on. In other words, all the little things that happen day to day. But again, he doesn't understand we're living in a fallen world. This is not the world as God made it. You know, God holds everything together, but he's not holding everything together perfectly. And so now everything is falling apart. And we're to blame.
We're to blame for the fact that God isn't holding everything together
Yes. We are to blame.
perfectly. How do you figure that?
It's our sin. See, people don't want to take responsibility for their sin. They don't want to acknowledge they're a sinner. They don't want to acknowledge they need
Because God made it so that we have free will.
a savior. And again, the interesting thing is
how does he
they
not
look at this
understand
world
this?
and they see all the death and suffering and disease and so on, and yet they attribute this world to evolutionary processes. And so what they're really saying is it's great that evolution did this, and then they turn around and say, but if God's responsible for this, how horrible God is. Think of the inconsistency even there.
Ken, the difference is that naturalists don't believe that the evolutionary process is a conscious agent that cares about the creatures it produces. You believe that God created the world, inserted within it an evil snake, knowing that he would be able to seduce Adam and Eve, and now punishes their descendants on account of their original sin. This must be reconciled with his supposed loving nature. Naturalists do not believe that evolution is inflicting a punishment upon animals. They don't believe that the suffering of the world must be reconciled with some kind of loving essence at the basis of the evolutionary process. And also, nobody says it's great that evolution did this. In fact, one of the strongest arguments for atheism is the fact that the very mechanism by which species evolved on planet Earth is one brimming with torturous suffering, the violent and brutal survival of the fittest. We're not the ones claiming that this world is being supervised by a benevolent and all-powerful invigilator. You are. We all agree that suffering exists in the world, but an evolutionary worldview does not require that there's some kind of moral justification for it. Theism, conversely, does. Now, an important clarification is that I, of course, don't think that Ken Ham's views here are representative of Christianity as a whole. I guess what I'm mainly trying to do here is demonstrate some of the reasons why it seems ludicrous to me to take Genesis to be a literal historical account. Ken Ham, I would love to see you respond to some of the questions that I've raised in this video if you find the time. To the rest of you, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Petco, the health and wellness company.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard. Big Sky Country. This is the place that we call home. We live here. We work here. We thrive here. And this is why we serve here. No matter the season, through the smoke and flames or the snow and ice.
If every race was in a video game, what would their stats be? Let's start out
with the blacks.
HP, low. Turns out not having great access to healthcare means you don't live as long. Buffs, Johnson size. Debuffs, credit score, and fat white women. Strength, I'm gonna say pretty high. Speed.
With the inauguration of President Joe Biden, the United States has officially hit 46 U.S. presidents in total. But with so many presidents comes so many obscure tidbits in executive history, ranging from strange to even stranger. So that is where I, fellow Garfield historian and presidential historian Zeekster, come in. Today we'll be explaining the presidential iceberg, created by me and fellow collaborator in compiling this list, Cool Dude, who you can check out in the description below. You should check out this comic he's making. It's really cool. To explain the iceberg list, the higher the iceberg, the more well-known the fact or theory, and the lower the iceberg goes, the more bizarre or scary the presidential theory. You already know this. These iceberg things have been everywhere on YouTube. Since you guys seem to really like that Breaking Bad iceberg video, let's see if lightning strikes in a bottle once again. Before we start, I'd like to mention that 90% of the people who end up watching these videos are not subscribed. Although I do thank you for watching, it would make me feel a little more appreciated if you took the time to hit that red button. Thanks everyone, now stop shilling now. This is the presidential iceberg explained. President Taft stuck in a bathtub. I'm pretty sure we all know about this one. Essentially, the story goes as follows. The 350-pound president, while bathing one day, found himself not able to leave the bathtub due to his sheer weight. However, in reality, there is no evidence of this. Sorry to burst your Taft-loving bubble, guys. In fact, by that time, the White House had gotten a tub that was so big, a president could never get stuck in it. How disappointing. President for 30 days. The 9th president of the United States had the shortest run out of any other president. William Henry Harrison, in order to prove that he was still the strongman hero from his altercations with Native Americans back in his battles at Tippecanoe, conducted the longest inauguration speech in American history, which took him nearly 2 hours to read. Inauguration day was cold and wet, and Harrison's presidency...
Yeah, and he died, like, shortly after because he got,
went out quick. On April 4th, 1841, Harrison died. Be sure to always wear a coat whenever it gets chilly, everyone. This is a cautionary tale. The Lincoln and JFK coincidences. This one is a strange urban legend. Okay, so the following coincidences are either true or not true. The ones that are true include the fact that both the names Lincoln and Kennedy each have 7 letters, that they both lost sons during their time in office, that both of them were shot in the presence of their wives, and that both were elected in a year that ended with 60. Furthermore, both of their assassinators were killed before they could ever be put on trial. Now that's pretty freaky. The Bush shoe and
Also, Lincoln got killed in, what the fuck? In Ford Theater, and Kennedy, and the guy shot Kennedy from a Ford manufacturing company, or Lincoln Manufacturing Company.
In 2008, an Iraqi journalist threw both of his shoes at President George W. Bush. I cannot do this video justice in describing it. Just watch this.
I remember when this happened.
The
That was fucking
Wikipedia
funny.
page for this makes it even funnier. The attack type was shoe throwing. Dewey defeats Truman. During the election year of 1948, it was expected that New York Governor Thomas Dewey would trounce President Truman in a landslide. Oh, how wrong they were. Yeah, Truman made Dewey his lapdog, and out of it came this famous photo where Truman is in complete ecstasy. At this point, I'd like to mention that there's so many more presidential facts or theories that I'm going to fail to mention. So if there's one you don't see on this list, go ahead and comment it below. I may get back to it in a future video. Jefferson's slave affair. It has been widely agreed upon by historians that Thomas Jefferson got with the slave, Sally Hemings. In fact, DNA evidence suggests he fathered at least 6 children with her. Yeah, Jefferson tried his best to keep this a secret, but now everybody knows. The Teddy assassination attempt. While on the stump during the 1912 election, Theodore was shot right...
When he was given a speech, he got shot in the chest, and he just continued giving the speech until he finished, and then he decided to go to the
before
hospital.
he was about to give a speech. Instead of, canceling the speech and going to the hospital, Roosevelt chose to instead go on with a speech and announce to the crowd that he had just been shot, and to loudly declare that it would take more than that to kill a bull moose. This is why he's my favorite president. What a complete and utter badass. As for the perpetrator, John Schrank, he claimed that the former president William McKinley had visited him in a dream to avenge his assassination by killing Roosevelt. Yeah, he was found to be legally insane. The time George Herbert Walker Bush threw up on the Japanese prime minister. Yep, in January of 1992, while on an oriented trip to Asia and the Pacific, George Bush attended a banquet with the Japanese Prime Minister. A mad case of the flu led to this happening. In Japan, this incident is still recounted. It is now defined as the Bushushuru, which literally means to do the Bush thing. Bill Clinton's saxophone. Bill Clinton is a pretty competent saxophone player. While running for president in 1992, Clinton appeared on the Arsenal Hall show to display his mad saxophone skills. I do agree, Sam, it is very weird to see Bill doing all the blowing. The Nixon and Elvis meeting was definitely a moment of the times. In 1970, Elvis went to go visit Richard Nixon in the White House, emphasizing that he was the perfect person to provide combat in the fight against drugs. There's no transcript of this meeting, so there is much left to the imagination of what the two men discussed. If I had to compare it to something today, it would have to be when Trump invited Kanye to the Oval Office. Truly monumental. Socks the cat was the pet cat of President Bill Clinton. In the fall of 1993, the developing team Real Time Associates was in the process of developing a Super Nintendo game based on the cat. Essentially, Socks the cat follows the title character to warn the Clinton family of a stolen nuclear missile launch device. So basically the goal is to save the country from nuclear annihilation. Presidential skinny dipping. President John Quincy Adams loved to skinny dip in the Potomac River to start off his mornings. The urban legend goes as follows. Female journalist Anne Royal was tired of Adams fleeing interviews from her, so one morning she decided to head down to the river and sit down on his clothes. She refused to give John Adams back his clothes until he finally gave in for an interview. Now that's one way of getting what you want. Bush chokes on a pretzel. While watching football one night, W briefly lost consciousness after choking on a pretzel.
My mother always said, when you're eating pretzels, chew before you swallow.
Bush toppled over and received a bruise on his face. Ouch. Now that was a pretzel on a mission. Presidential M&Ms. These M&M boxes are packed with red, white, and blue colors given to guests of presidents on board of Air Force One. They were the replacement of presidential cigarettes, established by JFK. The Gerald Ford assassination attempts. In September of 1975, President Gerald Ford faced a series of assassination attempts by 2 different women on 2 separate occasions. One of them wanted to bring attention to the infamous Charles Manson and his message, while the other was a disgruntled woman. The second bullet barely missed Ford only by inches. The second woman's only regret was that the attempt was not successful. Woodrow Wilson's wife was actually president. In October of 1919, President Woodrow Wilson suffered a massive stroke. The president was no longer able to fully function, but did not want to resign and let the vice president take over. With 1 year left in his term, his wife Edith Wilson took command and misled the public, with carefully crafted medical bulletins that acknowledged that Wilson wasn't feeling well and needed a long rest. If there were policy papers presented pending an executive decision, she would take a look at the papers first and dictate whether or not it was worth bringing them to her husband. She basically decided what laws would be passed. The real first presidents. Before the system of government established in 1789 under the Constitution, the United States was governed under the Articles of Confederation. These articles offered presidents who were in essence extremely weak in their power. President William King. The two had a close and intimate relationship that some historians argue was a communion of sorts. The two lived with each other for 13 years, and a colleague of theirs described King as Buchanan's better half. Buchanan adopted a lot of King's mannerisms and a romanticized view of Southern politics. When King went on overseas missions to France, Buchanan wrote, and I quote, "I am now solitary and alone, having no companion in the house with me. I have gone a-wooing to several gentlemen, but have not succeeded with any one of them. I feel it is not good for man to be alone, and I should not be astonished to find myself married to some old maid who can nurse me when I am sick, provide good dinners for me when I am well, and not expect from me any very ardent romantic affection." Unquote. After King died in 1853, Buchanan described him as among the best, the purest, and most consistent public men he had ever known. Other historians state that the relationship was completely platonic, and that customs back then were just different. To other historians, the two had a special friendship. Bros being bros. Lincoln invented the choke slam. That's right. The move of grabbing an opponent's neck and lifting them by the throat throat and then slamming them on the ground was made up by the great emancipator himself. Lincoln was a wrestler in his younger days, with over 300 matches. He was only ever defeated once. Yeah, I wouldn't want to find myself in the same ring as this 6'4" beast. The FDR assassination attempt. In 1933, President-elect Roosevelt had a close call with death. A deranged bricklayer fired a gun at 6 rounds at an open touring car in Miami, which hit 5 people. Roosevelt managed to escape without a bullet lodged into him, but the same case couldn't be said to Chicago Mayor Anton Kermark, who died from his wounds. Imagine a world without FDR as president. Now that would be an interesting timeline.
Probably be a Well, that was before he was president.
Andrew Johnson was supposed to die. On the night of Lincoln's assassination, a co-conspirator of John Wilkes Booth had the job of taking out the vice president, Andrew Johnson, at the Kirkwood House in D.C. He couldn't muster up the courage to do it. Instead, he went out on the town and got wasted. What a guy. Presidents who have killed people. There have been presidents who have been personally, at their own hands, not by drone strikes, I'm looking at you, Barack Obama, killed people. Of course, there are presidents who fought in wars who led to the demise of others, but there have also been other particular cases, such as the case with Andrew Jackson, who was an avid dueler. In fact, he had fought in 103 duels throughout his lifetime. In 1806, he shot and killed Charles Dickinson over a horse racing debt and an insult to his wife. In other cases, such as Grover Cleveland, it was their job to kill. He served as the sheriff of Erie County, New York, and personally hanged 2 men. The dude had the option to have someone else do it for him, but he chose to carry out the job as he viewed it as his own responsibility. The Skull and Bones Society is a Yale University secret society that harbored Presidents William Taft and both of the President Bushes. Known as Bonesmen, a lot of people who are in elite society were Bonesmen and eventually went on to become major power players on the world stage. Prescott Bush, the father of HW, was a Bonesman himself. The legend goes that Prescott Bush and crew stole Apache tribe leader Geronimo's skull from his burial, and the society has been displaying the skull ever since within their tomb. In fact, a historian discovered a letter written in 1918, when the skull was stolen, from one Skull and Bones member to another about the robbery of Geronimo's skull. Skull members have also been suspected of stealing former President Martin Van Buren's skull as well. Other interesting things of note include bizarre rituals, such as revealing one's most twisted fantasies, or even drinking fake blood. Members meet in a sandstone structure called the Tomb. It's also creepy. Since it is a secret society, not much else is known about it. There's only been suspicion of what happens in that tomb. Many have deemed the society as dictating who will become powerful and who will become a nobody. Honestly, the society and its various depictions can be its own video on itself. Roosevelt's most dangerous game. Okay, let me just say that I love Teddy, so I may have some bias on this, but I'll entertain this theory in particular. People know Theodore as a big champion of national parks, but there's a theory that the only reason he protected national parks was for his own enjoyment, so that he could hunt fully to his heart's content. It's no secret that Theodore was a passionate hunter. He loved the game and the careful procedure of it all, but was it possible that the conservationist was only one so that he could have it all? Probably not. Bush didn't finish the Gulf War to win re-election in 1992. Here's coming at you with another George Bush theory that is once again debatable. Essentially, the theory suggests that HW stopped short of toppling Saddam Hussein in Iraq to provide credit that he won a war all within his first term. Bush, who was at a skyrocket approval rating at the end of Operation Desert Storm, was sure he was going to cruise to re-election with this victory. If this theory is true, then I guess it didn't work out quite well for him because the economy and Ross Perot ended up tanking his second-term ambitions. The Giant Jackson Cheese. This is one of the most important entries on this list. In 1837, Andrew Jackson allowed guests into the White House for a public party, in which a giant 1,400-pound wheel of cheese was present. The block of cheese was a present to Jackson, and Jackson, having no idea on God's earth what to do with it, allowed it to be eaten by the people. The White House smelled like cheese for a great deal of time after that. John Adams wanted to meet mole people. This one's funny. The myth suggests our favorite skinny dipper approved an expedition to the center of the earth in order to meet with mole people. Furthermore, it suggests John Adams had believed the man who had described the earth as hollow, meaning that
That's crazy.
Earth was populated by not just humans, but also beasts who ruled the world underground. In reality, Adams was interested in the exploration of the South Pole, but found the Hollow Earth theory to be ridiculous. Gerald Ford was never elected president. If you think about it, it is true. Gerald Ford was never elected to the office of the vice presidency. He was merely appointed by Richard Nixon to be VP after the resignation of Spiro Agnew, and after Nixon resigned, Ford became president. He's the only president in United States history to never be fully elected to the office. President Jimmy Carter wanted to have sex with the country of Poland. Yep, that's right, I just said that. While on a visit to Poland in 1977, Jimmy Carter's translator made various mistakes in interpreting the president. The misinterpreted translations are as follows. Quote, I'm abandoning the US and coming to live in Poland, and for another one, quote, I want to have sex with the Polish. Essentially, it sounded like Jimmy came to Poland and all he wanted to do was William McKinley's good luck charm. President William McKinley's good luck charm was a red carnation flower, in which he wore in each election cycle, in which under he continued winning election after election. After he won his re-election bid in 1990, he would wear a single carnation in his lapel at all times. In fact, he would gift the carnation lapel to people, but would quickly replace it in order to avoid anything unlikely happening to him. In 1901, President McKinley gifted the lapel to a 12-year-old girl while greeting the public. Minutes later, he was shot twice and died the following week. The candidate who died before the election. Okay, I'm kind of lying with the title here. The loser of the 1872 election, Horace Greeley, did actually in fact to live to see the presidential election, but he didn't leave to see the Electoral College cast their votes. This is the only time this has ever happened in United States history. Since Greeley died before the counting, his electors decided to vote for other people instead, meaning that Greeley went on to retrieve 0 electoral votes in total. Sorry they had to do you like that, Greeley, but you were dead and all that. When people think back to the 2012 Republican nomination, they distinctly remember Mitt Romney Gangnam styling on stage, despite the fact that this never happened. This has been deemed as another case of the Mandela effect. I don't remember this happening, but I wish to God it was real. The closest we ever got to Mitt Romney actually Gangnam styling was this. The unfinished FDR painting. Hey, this painting looks pretty cool, but why is it unfinished? Well, while sitting for the painting, FDR complained of a large headache in his head and then collapsed. The president had suffered a massive stroke and he never regained consciousness, dying on April 12th in 1945. This painting was the last of Earth for him. Abraham Lincoln's son, Robert Lincoln, witnessed 3 presidential assassinations. Now, this is another myth. However, Robert's connection to the presidential assassinations is still worth mentioning. For one, he didn't witness his father get shot, but he was by his side when he died. While under the title of Secretary of War in 1881, Robert Lincoln was at the Potomac train station around 40 feet away from President Garfield. While walking towards the president, he witnessed Charles Gattu approach behind Garfield and get shot twice. 20 years later, Lincoln went to New York to check out the Pan American Exposition, in which President McKinley was at. When he arrived in Buffalo, Lincoln was notified that the president had been shot, and he immediately went to visit McKinley, who later died within the week. Allegedly, he was invited to the White House in the later years of his life and said this: "If only they knew, they wouldn't want me there. There's a certain fatality about presidential functions whenever I am present. Royal blood. Almost all of the presidents of the United States are descendants of King John of England. That's right, King John, who ruled England way back during the 13th century, is able to boast that his blood is in almost every single president who has ever served except for one, Martin Van Buren. This leads suspicions from people that, oh, this means that this is all a setup and that everything is already predetermined, but if you really look into it, being descended to King John virtually means nothing. If you go back far enough into your ancestry, you'll be able to connect to thousands upon thousands of ancestors. In fact, critics believe that at least a third of the United States is related to King John. If you go back hundreds of years, your linkage to ancestors is amplified by astronomical numbers. The business plot. President FDR's New Deal shook Wall Street, so much so that supposedly a group of bankers had developed a plan to overthrow the president, including Prescott Bush. The idea was to install a dictator following the downfall of Roosevelt and turn the country into a regime. The concept was ridiculous. It is still debated today if much of the info provided was even true, but one thing is for certain is that Wall Street did indeed hate Roosevelt. The Bill Clinton portrait. When Jeffrey Epstein's home was raided in 2019, multiple notable discoveries are made. One of them included a portrait of President Bill Clinton in the famous blue dress once worn by
I've never heard about this. What? No.
Ridiculous. It is still debated today if much of the info provided was even true, but one thing is for certain is that Wall Street did indeed hate Roosevelt. The Bill Clinton portrait. When Jeffrey Epstein's home was raided in 2019, multiple notable discoveries are made. One of them included a portrait of President Bill Clinton in the famous blue dress once worn by Monica Lewinsky.
Bill Clinton mural in Epstein's mansion. What? How the fuck have I never heard about this? That's fucking crazy. Huh. That's fucking weird.
Really weird. How weird. The two were known associates. I'll let you, the viewer, dictate what the significance of this being in Epstein's home means. The Curse of Tippecanoe. I end this list with the most dangerous entry of it all. It is said that when William Harrison was governor of the Indiana Territory in 1811, during the Battle of Tippecanoe, a curse was set on him by the settlers of the land, that any president who was elected under a year that ended with a 0 would be cursed to death. Let's check this out. Elected in 1840, Harrison died in office. Elected in 1860, Lincoln was assassinated. 1880, Garfield was assassinated. 1900, McKinley was assassinated. 1920, Harding died in office. 1940, Roosevelt, who also died in office. 1960, JFK, who also died in office. This is when the curse loses its validity. In 1980, Ronald Reagan was elected, and he later lived on to survive an assassination plot against him. W, who was elected in 2000, could have suffered at the hands of a pretzel. And now let's take a look at 2020. Oh god. Good luck to you, Mr. Biden. You're going to need it. If you like this video, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. If I run for president, I'm going to make sure not to run in 2040. Until next time, everyone!
That's crazy, though, that they found Bill Clinton's mural. A mural of Bill Clinton on Epstein's Island. Or on Epstein's mansion. Let's watch this.
Save money with this Northwestern Energy tip. Add caulk or weather stripping around your home's windows and doors. Sealing cracks and openings helps keep cold air from leaking in, which means you'll use less heat and spend less on your energy bill, too.
My name is Jenna Uche. I made a podcast, and it centers around superhero kids trying to make an impact in their communities. I rise to find and share stories.
Join a global community of brilliant minds.
Bro, why'd they make this like Hans Zimmer?
Hey Hassan, we know you're going to react to this video. So
Have their own political agenda. Teachers have their own. What was that a question? Teachers
I think
have
it's
their own
important
political
to recognize
agendas.
that individuals will have political agendas. It's a natural thing, and people should understand the political views. I think where we need to
They
differentiate it
shouldn't.
is whether a teacher should have a political agenda in a classroom.
But is your idea of a political agenda like these teachers telling students, this is who you should vote for, if you vote for these people, it's wrong? If
Yes,
you vote for
or
these people, it's right.
ridiculing the beliefs that they may have for political or religious reasons, and
I-
using their position of authority to mold the minds of everyone else.
When it comes to diversity or these new sort of terms, I am not for
certain types of so-called diversity when it comes to these new kind of topics. And
Can you expand upon that? Like, what do you think
like critical race theory or some of the gender ideologies. It's not diverse if you're the teacher, the person of authority in the classroom, and you are saying this is how something should be.
Yeah, so I come from an elementary perspective. I'm a first grade teacher, so the conversations we're having in class isn't about the socioeconomic nature of the world, but you know, we do talk about just what it looks like for different people in different communities. So when I talk about a political agenda, the agenda that I have in the classroom is to create an environment where folks are able to, you know, better understand from wherever someone's coming from.
The problem with that, and I understand the sentiment as a teacher, if a child is sitting there and they happen to be black, and you're saying, well, black people, such and such and such. I mean, you're really, that's
yeah,
not okay.
I do have to stop you there because that's not really said. It's not said black people do this.
Well,
it's not said Mexicans do this. Again, it's trying to understand from multiple perspectives. That's not saying that every group aligns on the same thought. That's not saying every group is a monolith. What it's saying is, even if you disagree with somebody or you come from a different tradition or a different cultural background, those people's opinions can still be valid.
I'm gonna be honest, as a teacher, especially after COVID and all of that, I don't have time for a political agenda. I'm here trying to catch up with curriculum, pick up my readers that are, 2, 3 grade levels behind. I do not have time for that. I teach social emotional skills and all of that, but I'm not here to kind of, you need to believe this, and that. No, if you're a good person, we're good, we're gravy. All good, you know what I mean?
But your definition, and sometimes this can happen and it becomes political, is what is your definition of a good person? Would you think that I'm a good person because I'm raising my kids to be with Judeo-Christian values and they live in a heterosexual, heteronormative home where we talk about how divorce is wrong, cheating is wrong. We have friends of the LGBT community, but we teach our children that from a biblical perspective, that's not okay. Your definition of whether or not they are good could be very different than my definition of whether or not they are good.
To kind of clarify, in my classroom, if they're kind and they're not bashing anybody, judging anybody, kind of throwing out names, anything like that, they're good. It's not to say that topics like that don't come up in class. And I do open it up to discussion. I just keep it clear that this is a safe space. We don't judge each other. We're not going to bash each other. I understand you have your own experiences, but we're not going to come in with an agenda, you can say. And I feel like this idea of parents and their teachers of their political biases and all of this is just all of this fear that is clouding their judgment, clouding.
Except we have numerous, not just.
We have experiences. Yeah, my own child, first week of school, what pronouns you wanted to go by? I mean, not what's your favorite subject, how can I help you succeed academically?
Who's to say that wasn't a part of the questions too, And I understand that question could stand out.
So maybe you don't understand that you're teaching politics.
But that's not politics, that's just like basic respect.
That is politics.
But it's not to me.
That's beautiful.
Not to me.
So I think you need your idea that that's basic respect. What is the framework of that? Because I think that many teachers are going through these trainings, and the trainings are saying this is the framework of how we operate in the classroom. But where did that idea come from?
Because it's based off. It's called a thing called data.
Did you
do
that?
No, hold on. A lot of schools have research and development, and so the state also does. So in the state of California, we do research. So at the end of the day, my job is not just to make your kid feel comfortable. I got 55 students. I got to make 55 students feel comfortable. And so when your kid comes home and tells you, well, Mom, the teacher said, what's my pronouns? Yeah, I did say what's your pronoun. I also said, what's your favorite TV show? What's your favorite food? I am a college professor now. I was previously a 3rd, 4th grade teacher. Teaching 3rd and 4th grade was horrible. Dealing with parents who thought their child was special and should be treated a certain way. It just wasn't doable. The constant complaining, the accusing people of doing things that are not going on in our classes, not being enough for their child. It was just too much. When parents don't have the knowledge of what goes on inside of a school, I think it's important for those parents to go to the school, and we as educators like our parents to be involved. Again, I have too many students to push an agenda. I do my job, what they pay me to do.
Discussion about sexuality doesn't belong in schools.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
I had a sex ed class when I was in 3rd grade.
I like how none of the liberal teachers went forward.
Boys go in this room, girls go in this room. They play a little video on a black and white TV. You see the genitalia, and you're like, oh God, I got one of those. Cool. Now we're figuring out what I am. The fear is these schools have no boundaries. If they do the classroom thing where they want to split kids up, how many genders are we going to do this? We're going to put boys, them, and then girls, and then how many rooms do we need to create for equality? Or are we really chasing equity? And I think parents now are beginning to realize we've got to stop this and create framework about sexuality, especially in a hyper-sexualized culture. My kids don't need to know at 6, 7, and 8 years old about different types of sexual acts. That's not appropriate.
People think that this is just kind of happening, it's a one-off. It is in so many schools. Where I live in Florida, there was a poster going around where kids could text anonymous strangers to get information about sex. And on this poster in school, want to get laid?
Wow.
I mean, it's beyond, and there is a push for pleasure-based sex. Pleasure for who?
My oldest is 9 years old. She's in 3rd grade, and she's been exposed to things, and we do have conversations about it. But that's a conversation that I should be having with my 9-year-old daughter. If a 6th grader or a 4th grader is going to be prompted by a teacher, hey, what are your pronouns? As a parent, I should have a heads up about that because they're not even going to understand the question. And so I think that the idea that those conversations are started in the classroom instead of in the home is a big problem. I have a family member who, first day of 6th grade, was asked for her pronouns, and she stood up and said that as a person of faith, she believed that God didn't make a mistake making her a girl, and so therefore she identified as a she, her, and she was sent to the principal's office and punished for that decision.
I have heard
Thankfully,
about this.
we haven't seen that broadly yet, but I think it's really damaging to take a shy, innocent, 11-year-old child and make them stand in front of a classroom and determine something that they maybe haven't even put that much thought into.
Eddie was crazy to let you go.
I'm not sure either of us have let go. It was an accident.
That's what they all say.
We've been through hell together.
I like what you said, Sean, about how you were emphasizing how a lot of parents today felt a goodness of the way that sexual education was conducted in the past. So there is an agreement that sexuality should be talked about in schools. The disagreement is whether it should just be purely heteronormative or if we should include all aspects of sexuality. I don't think that we're doing demonstrations to encourage children how to have sex, but this is something that we are trying to, again, educate and make them aware that this kind of things happen. And while you grow up, you're going to have to experience somebody who's of this orientation.
Kids are naturally curious, and I think that what I'm hearing from you is I understand where you're maybe potentially coming from, but then where's the line between that sex education and introducing them to porn? Because porn can be educational. I was a virgin when I got married, and for years I was made fun of and heard, well, how are you going to know if you don't try it? We hear that a lot too. If you haven't tried to kiss a girl to see if you like it or not, then how do you really know that you're not a lesbian? How do you really know that you're not gay if you've never slept with a guy? How do you really know that you want to be in a monogamous relationship if you don't sleep around? And when you start to introduce those questions to children, specifically prepubescent ones, they're going to naturally be curious, and their emotional and hormonal maturity is not there to be making those types of decisions that have lifelong impact.
Well, you're right, and a lot of them are learning at home because just like you guys are saying, they come home to tell you things. Well, guess what? Those same kids come to school and talk about what you're telling them at home. You'll be surprised what I hear from students when I do a what do you think? Well, let me tell you what my mama and daddy did. And look, I don't have time. Your kid is not that important to me, not to be rude. I got like 300 students. Your kid is no more important than the other 299. So I don't have time to sit up here and let me get you to think like me. I can't get my own 23-year-old to think like me. At the end of the day, what needs to happen, and this is just my own personal take, parents need to start being parents because a lot of times the teachers are the parents. They're parenting your kids because absentee parenting.
I think that this conversation is really interesting, and I think we need to step back and look at why we automatically assume that if we're telling our children about lesbians, gay people, queer people, why do we immediately equivocate that to telling them about what sex is? That can just be something as simple as, here's a book. In this book, there are 2 dads. This book character has 2 dads. And kids, they can be inquisitive, and that's good, right? But also, like, they're gonna be like, cool, there's 2 dads.
All these kids know that there's a dad and a dad and a mom, and the culture is teaching all of that. So what we've noticed is that the curriculum in 8th grade and up is a lot deeper than that. It's more like, here is how you can have sex so you do not get pregnant.
Yeah.
Illustration of anal sex. That is the stuff that we are now reacting against. And that, sadly, is the trust that's being broken between teachers and parents.
Yeah, and I think we're moving into a conversation about comprehensive sex ed. What I am talking about is when I go into this classroom and I'm teaching kids, I'm not going to just teach kids material that is heteronormative.
Out of curiosity, it sounds like what you're saying is you want to be able to introduce all ways of life. Like these are the people that you will encounter with throughout life.
That is what I'm arguing, yes.
So would it be okay to include a book with a man having a relationship with a 12-year-old in that book? I know it's extreme.
No,
Hold on, but just hear me out.
Because now you're equivocating gay people to pedophiles.
No, I'm not.
And no, that's not who that is.
No, you're drawing a line that I'm not drawing.
And you're definitely crossing a line.
I agree. I agree. And this is why I'm bringing it up: is who establishes the boundary?
The law.
But what law? The law is
But the law that's been signed in is some
No, I'm sorry. No, there's laws against between adults having sex with children. Now, if a student had 2 parents who happen to be of the same sex, I'm not going to sit there and discount who they are in my class. I cannot do that. I signed a contract.
I would never ask anybody to uplift or suppress any child. I want there to be equality in the classroom. What I am saying is that there are factual instances where this is being taught in classrooms. I pulled my children out of public school because there are so many instances of this happening. I am a parent. I'm looking in the book bag every day. I'm checking in with homework. I am talking to the teachers and the principals, and I'm involved. But we didn't know that, during class, there were images shown of literal sex acts or describing certain situations that were inappropriate for young children.
We have a belief system at home, and the children want to break the boundaries of that belief system naturally because we're human beings. That's just what we do. And we're trying to confine them to a set of beliefs to say, this is what is right in our home. And we're seeing the schools get funding from Planned Parenthood. They tried to pass a bill to put medical facilities to offer abortions in high schools here in California. And it's gradual, right? It starts with, this is a book that has 2 dads. This is a book with 2 moms. And it it's just a gradual curiosity that could leverage and break away that child from the root in the home. My education growing up was fully public education. College is where I started getting a curiosity for truth and education, and I think I'm so passionate about the education system today because it is obviously broken, but how do we fix it? Many of these progressive ideas in fixing it is just more empathy, sympathy, safety, but in reality, I see the public school system isn't actually accomplishing the goal of what education is, which is teaching critical thinking, how to understand, how to ask good questions, and then comprehend how to problem solve.
Affirmative action is racial discrimination.
There was a high school down the street from where I live in Los Angeles that encouraged all the kids of color to apply for their school play. And only once all the kids of color received whatever positions they wanted, then the white kids could apply. That, in my opinion, is an example of discrimination. The fact that we now have Harvard has black-only kids' dorms, that to me is segregation.
With affirmative action, we've seen with Harvard lawsuits and other things how it's backfiring and it's picking and choosing of which minorities can and cannot have success. It was done to try to create or make up for the wrongs of our past, but I think it's really backfired.
Yeah, it's really, excluding those excelling students in other races to fix the problems of the past, like you said. But
Hey, yo! We want to introduce you to the most amazing destinations in the world. Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. It's young, sunny, colorful, diverse. It's balagan, messy, and above all, it's incredibly tasty.
Hello everyone, once again from the hellscape that is planet Earth these days and just how terrible everything is. I know I found it really hard just to watch everything. By the time this video goes up, I would have gone to a pro-Palestine protest in London, so hopefully seeing everyone come out will make me feel better. But this is a topic I've spoken about in the past, and I think it's increasingly more relevant. So how many of you, especially on Instagram, saw all your favourite liberal celebrities start supporting Israel? Very blatantly. Like people who have supported Black Lives Matter, people who have supported LGBT rights, people who hate Republicans, people who stand up for the marginalized, so it seems. But when this all kicked off nearly 2 weeks ago now, they all supported Israel. And you're thinking to yourself, like, why? Why do they do this? And two among them, Zionist Jews, Sarah Silverman and Amy Schumer, seem to have gone like completely just mask off, supporting war crimes. Like they actually are supporting war crimes on their Instagram. And it's probably like bizarre to some people how much woke liberals will support terrible stuff just because Israel will do it. Now, you know, a lot of us leftists like to joke that, you know, scratch a liberal and a fash bleeds. And that is true a lot of the time. But I also think that can be simplifying an issue,
okay, cool,
which is something that Israel often preys on for its own propaganda. Because if you guys have been seeing the Israel social media accounts, they don't tweet like your average account representing a country. They tweet like some Gen Z intern runs their account, and it's very deliberate. They are trying to pander to like modern woke liberal sensibilities, and they've been doing that for a long time. So what I want to talk about is, of course, them targeting like Greta Thunberg, them targeting like Taylor Swift, people like this to try and get their message out about how great settler colonialism is. But I also just want to talk about the general woke washing of apartheid by Israel, which is historic, which is how so many American woke liberals get on board with just this terrible stuff. And like I said, we can simplify it and say that yes, liberalism as a politics, especially American liberalism, is inherently racist, Western chauvinist, all that stuff. But what is it about Israel that makes it more palatable to the woke sensibilities of the liberal elite in America, let's say? So all of that coming up for you today. Check me out on social media, check out my Patreon, and let's get into this. So like I said, there's been a lot of support from woke Zionists, be them Jews or Christians in America or atheists. And they hide behind this language of sticking up for the marginalized because it's become trendy in American liberal elite circles to tweet stuff about Black Lives Matter, tweet stuff about trans rights. But obviously these people were always fanatical Biden supporters and would shame anyone who said they didn't want to vote for Biden or just Biden is terrible. Not surprising, they will pretend some guy who was the architect of the crime bill, which tripled the US prison population, which of course targets minority groups, was somehow some sort of anti-racist presidential candidate. And not surprising, Biden has completely gone along with what Israel have been doing recently. So I tweeted this out about a day ago. US progressives on literally any issue that isn't healthcare. And of course I was simplifying it in a way I said, you know, people do at the start of the video. But then some of the evidence I had, so this Twitter account saying, "Free Palestine. We tried that. Palestine doesn't want to be free. They just want Israelis gone. There's a difference, and we understand what you mean when you say it. Question, why doesn't any other Arab country allow Palestinian refugees in their country? That's what I thought." But if you go on this person's Twitter account, Blue Crew, BLM, LGQBTI plus ally, equality for all, never stop fighting. So equality for all, except Palestinians, I guess. And supporting the LGBT community, but not the Palestinian LGBT community. They just deserve to live in terrible conditions and face like the most brutal occupation in probably colonial history. But that is the modern American liberal mind for you. Now, to get into like the propaganda from Israel and how these people are convinced that Israel is a beacon of progressivism, a beacon of equality, all that stuff, right? We have to look at two different things. And that's mainly Israel's propaganda centering around its LGBT rights and Israel's propaganda around Israeli women. Now, let's start with the LGBT stuff. So a lot of people, and Owen Jones was showing people saying this to him, saying, why do you take the side of the people who hate gay people or hate the LGBT people? And I've had people in my own comments saying, I'm trans, so I'm going to support Israel. Like, it's really that binary, right? But also, Israel might be better than some of its neighbors on LGBT rights. It's still not like an amazing place compared to other parts of the world. And you still have a very religious group dominating politics, including the current government support. So yeah, it's a bit naive to frame it like this. And of course, new atheist types like to do this as well. You know, Israel's a beacon of gay rights and stuff. And George Santos actually tweeted about this today, making it very relevant. But as Owen Jones said, there's plenty of gay people who live in Palestine too. So what, you're helping them? You're helping them by supporting this occupation. And also, the video I made about this specifically, there was a Palestinian lesbian who actually went to...
I'll stream sometime tomorrow. Hopefully I'll start earlier tomorrow than I did today. Peace.